Hi, and welcome again to our Zarely online gala. It's the second time we're doing it, and I'm really proud of what we have been doing ever since the first one. And I'm also really proud about what we will be showing you today. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Matteo Clemaya. I used to be a ballet dancer myself. We have a lot of ballet dancers tuning in today, and you will have lots of interviews and footage that you will see. So it's a lot of about ballet, but we have been with our company Zarelli, and I will get into that. We have been moving into other activities as well, and we will be presenting those within the next few hours. The last gala was a success. At least to us, it was. We knew there were some things that were not perfect, but that is normal with a young company. We have been doing some great things though, and so that's why we wanted to do the whole thing again, and we wanted to do it better than last year. We got a lot of positive feedback about the general idea and how we did it, and there were so many famous dancers coming in and making this thing happen. But we do know that, for example, there were some technical issues that we had to tackle, and we tackled them in our way. And you will see today we used to be a baby, and now we are a child. That is one of the things that we want to do, but the famous people will be the famous people nonetheless. Just like last year, will be the top-notch dancers from all over the world tuning in. Maybe I should tell a little bit about us and what we have been doing, because a lot of you guys obviously are tuning in because you know us, you know the tights that we have been creating, and now you will see what we have been creating ever since. We are now moving into activewear, into high fashion activewear, which means we're not just doing activewear the way other companies are doing it. We're doing activewear, getting together dancers with fashion designers, with all sorts of artists, and the outcome is incredible stuff, such as, for example, this jacket. You need to apologize me because I'm extremely proud of what we're doing. And this item, for example, is one of the items that we have been creating and that you can buy online at zarelli.co. We have, we'll get right into stuff. I'll switch back and forth. I will be showing some of our items and how they have been also manufactured, some of the features, the fact that everything we do is with the highest high-end premium materials that you can get in the world, mainly from Italy and from France. So I will be talking about all these things that I think are quite interesting about our company. But of course, the focus is on what we call our role models, our superstars that are co-creating with us. And the first one that we're going into now is Vanessa. Vanessa has a clothing line named after her because we love Vanessa. Vanessa is Vanessa Zahorian. She is a principal dancer with San Francisco Ballet. Right now, she is guesting in Moscow, I believe, at a gala. So yeah, she is popular, she is famous, and she was so nice to record some of her rehearsals for us and then the show. So you get a little bit of a feeling how it is when a superstar flies over to Moscow, has to work on a rehearsal and then goes on to perform. So yeah, team, please go show the world what Vanessa has been up to the last 24 hours, which is basically what you will be seeing now in Moscow. Team, take it away.
Каренине. Голова в зал, когда прыгиваешь. Да, правильно, голова, молодец. Оттяни бедро, левое. И еще оттягивай его, и им забрасывай. Вот. Вот, Андрюха. Умница. Хорошо.
So we're back after this spectacular video that Vanessa sent us, and now we know what you have been up to, Vanessa, for the past 24 hours. You are in Moscow right now. What for? What are you in Moscow for right now?
So I am here for the 55th anniversary celebration of Andres Liepa, and he brought together a lot of the dancers that he's known over the years, and we all came together in this gala show at the Kremlin, and yeah, it was so spectacular to be a part of. It was yesterday, last night. Yeah.
Fantastic.
So,
I mean, that shows...
I danced with Corsair Pop.
You danced Corsair Pop. Who did you dance with?
And I danced with Andrei Batalov, and I haven't actually danced with him for 22 years. It was incredible. It was like we had been dancing together for years. Like we just picked up where we left off. It's pretty cool.
That's amazing. I didn't know you danced with him before.
I did. I was 16. Kirov Ballet when I was an apprentice. Mm-hmm. So
That's
we
amazing.
danced together.
I mean, both of you are very well known. Obviously, Batalov is one of these people that us, me, Ruben, co-founder, who's like in the background organizing stuff, Diego, co-founder, who's in the background organizing stuff. All of us, we have been looking at Batalov because we thought we can learn a lot, right? And that brings me to the topic also. We're talking about I Am Legend, which is the campaign that we're starting our activewear with. We chose this topic because we have all you guys role models on board, and many of you are known all over the world, like yourselves, for example. And we chose you guys though not just because we said, hey, you're super famous, that helps us, but because we thought you are people that have a very positive spirit and a positive influence, also a positive message, which is why we also turned people down that actually came to us and they said, look, we want to be role models, but we did not feel that this positivity that, for example, you bring to the table was.
Thank you. Thanks, Matteo.
Now, you being such an amazing dancer and obviously very successful also, maybe you can tell me a little bit about why that is. It's certain character traits that you bring to the table. It's because there's people that really helped you a lot on your way. Was it luck somewhat? What do you think are the different, let's say, ingredients that brought you to where you are?
You know, for me, it's dedication and focus and hard work. This is what I always like strive to be the best I can be. And I have a goal, and my goal when I was young was to become a principal dancer in a major company. And I was going to push as best I could and make that come into reality. So that was always number one of the top things. And there were a lot of ballerinas that influenced my career. I obviously, when I was little, I looked up to Natalia Makarova, Gelsey Kirkland, and of course Baryshnikov for the male, but also the woman, she can learn from the male as well. And find that when I was at the Kirov Academy, one of the ballerinas that I looked up to was Diana Vishnova. She had a lot of artistic qualities and technique, and I loved her freedom and how she danced really big. It was classical ballet, so she was just very inspiring for me. And you know, Uliana Lopatkina, all these great ballerinas. And actually, I'm here, and Yulia Mahalina is in the performance with me, and she was one of my idols as well. So to actually be older and dancing with a legend in my eyes is quite incredible. And she talked to me yesterday, and she said, "Oh, Vanessa, you're such a beautiful prima ballerina," and I was like, "Thank you," because you know, I've always thought of her as the prima ballerina, and now you know, being in a gala with her is really exciting. So
That's wonderful.
yeah,
That's wonderful.
I mean,
To have such a almost like a stamp of you have made it. No, after like all these years of hard work and everything, that's pretty incredible.
Mateo, we always keep learning. I'm still learning every day, but yeah, to actually feel a part of these stars performances in gala and amongst all these dancers, and I'm still learning. There was a girl here that she is from the Perm company, and or not Perm, she was Budapest company, and just very talented. And you know, I feel like I learned something yesterday from her performance. It's incredible. She did Don
Beautiful.
Quixote, and
Yeah.
it's a always growing and learning, and
Yeah.
but
Fantastic.
it's like a full circle too.
Yeah.
Because you know, I started in Russia and like being here
Yeah.
again. So
Yeah.
20
And
years later.
I think can we mention that this is your last?
Retiring after this San Francisco Ballet, and my husband David Carpatine and I, we decided that this was the right time to retire, and we're gonna actually be the co-artistic directors for a brand new ballet school, Pennsylvania Ballet Academy in Camp Hill, Pennsylvania. So we're very excited.
Congratulations! Yeah.
Opportunity.
Fantastic.
And you know, we're still going to be dancing and what we can do, but we'll be busy with the school and freelance and
Yeah.
be a part of Zarely.
Yes.
We're very excited to be part of Zarely and making it happen.
We are very excited, and we're excited for what you guys will will be having coming up your way. And by the way, when you're getting home, I know you need to go to the airport now soon and stuff. But when you're getting home,
Right.
give David a whooping. He was gonna show up and he didn't. Just FYI.
Oh.
But but we're happy. You're prettier. Exactly. You're prettier and you're much more talented, and so just give him a whooping. But thank you, Vanessa. Thank you so much for doing this with us. And by the way, beautiful jacket, which is obviously a Zarelli jacket. There you go.
I love it. So great.
Awesome. All right, Vanessa.
It's well.
Yeah. Thank you
you,
so
Mateo.
much, Vanessa. And I love you. And we're going
Ciao from Moscow.
Ciao.
Yeah.
Guys, we're now going on with Denis Cherevitchko. And he will be showing us, I believe, Swan Lake variation. Obviously, Denis Cherevitchko is a very, very talented dancer. And you will see actually a legging on him that we are right now prototyping, that we are developing at this point in time. It hasn't been fully developed yet, but you will see something like this for men going forward. So stay tuned to watch out for this item as well. But for now, team, show us the video of Denis Cherevitchko doing the variation that he has just sent us. Unfortunately, he couldn't do it live, but because, performances, rehearsals, and so on. Take it away, guys.
Hello, dear friends. My name is Denis Cherevitchko. I'm principal dancer of the Vienna State Opera, and I'm glad to perform for you today Swan Lake second act slow variation choreography of Rudolf Nureyev. I'm very glad to take part again in this online ballet gala. I wanted to say to my friends, colleagues, all people who are taking part in it, big toy and good luck. For me, legends were always Mikhail Baryshnikov and Rudolf Nureyev, for sure. Also, huge example for me were dancers which were coming to my city, to Donetsk. We had a festival every year with the top ballet dancers of the world, and it was big example for me. I was watching them and enjoying their dance. I think dancers, they are the most active people who's giving the feedback. Well, for the dancers, it's very important to have the right active wear, which let you feel free, where you can have enough freedom in moves, and you can also look good.
All right, we're back. This was a wonderful video by Denis Cherevitchko. He has an amazing life story. I know he doesn't really want to tell it a lot, so I obviously won't tell it, but he's a pretty, not only a talented dancer, but he has really overcome challenge in his life that were pretty big. And he was the inspiration for us for some of our items as well. One being this jacket, for example, that I mentioned before, which I'm very proud of. And actually, one of my best friends, Diego, who's also co-founder, is also wearing it. We're all pretty much wearing it. Actually, Ruben also come here. This is off guard, so he's not he's not prepared. All of them are not prepared, but we all love this jacket.
Amazing.
And yeah, he was actually he was the reason why we came up with that name, because he was a very inspiring person. And it's the beauty of this jacket is all the details, but also that it looks like neoprene, but it's breathable, so you can wear it all day, every day. And yeah, I think it's a beautiful jacket. And those two guys are like
great.
My brothers. And we're behind this whole thing. So, but yeah, okay. Enough love. Back to work. He's like, enough love. Back to work. Next, we have Iana Salenko, I believe, who has been somebody we cooperated with quite a lot in the past. You have maybe also seen that we did the charity event with her, where we gave away tights to Ukraine and so on and so on. So she's an inspiring person for us. She is a great person. And she's somebody that also wants to do good in the world, which is very important to us, and which is important for us to have also as a character trait in our role models. Jana will be showing us, she has also sent us a video. A lot of these dancers, it's very hard to find a time slot where people can do stuff live. And so oftentimes we need to do some interviews live, but we also have then some videos that we're showing. Jana is showing us Onyegin, which is, again, it's a rehearsal. We wanted to go very raw with the videos, because those are videos that you don't always see. That's not the usual stage thing. So she will show Onyegin with her wonderful husband, Marian Balta. He's a fantastic dancer as well. And at the end of it, I will briefly show you the clothing that we have been created, inspired by her. And the fashion designers went out and took all the information they could get, generally about fashion, of course, but also about her. And they created wonderful stuff. But for now, team, take it away. Let's see some Iana Salenko in Onyegin, straight up from Berlin. All right, welcome back, guys. You have seen a wonderful video right now with Iana Salenko dancing. I hope you enjoyed it. No, I know you enjoyed it. Now we have the next superstar online with us. That's Melissa Hamilton. Hi, Melissa.
Hello.
Melissa Hamilton is actually a principal with the Zempa Opera, the first soloist with the Royal. And well, you guys have seen it. You're following her Instagram probably. You're following her all around the world. So she's a guest all over the world on galas and so on and so on. So obviously a super successful dancer. For us now, because in the context of our campaign, I Am Legend, we would love to talk to you a little bit about how you became successful. And maybe we start out, maybe you could tell a little bit about your character traits that you thought or you think got you to where you got. Maybe some things that you think make you stand out in terms of character.
I think I am incredibly headstrong and determined, which I definitely think are key traits to my character. I started ballet at 4 in Northern Ireland, and already that was against the odds to have a professional career, because the ballet community there, and as it is still, it's not a wide known art form that you can make a career out of. So I was constantly from the get-go trying to push a career that people didn't really see possible. But I think I get an idea into my head of something I want, and I go all out no matter what to make it happen. And I think that that's key also in this career. You have to keep your own goals, your own aspirations so tightly to your heart, and block out anything that comes in your way. I think it's really important, because then you achieve things that really mean something to you.
Interesting. And by the way, you're a very good public speaker.
Wow. Thank you.
And what do you think were breaking points in your career? What were points where you either achieved something big that really gave you a push, or maybe also something that made you, I don't know, fall, but you got up stronger? What were things that are worth mentioning in this context?
Well, actually, I've just made my debut as Odette O'Deal with Semper Opera Ballet. And this for me is a huge professional turning point, I feel, in my career. From day one, Odette O'Deal has been a dream role of mine, and it's something that I've been working towards tirelessly for 10 years. So to take my curtain call after my debut last Sunday really meant the absolute world to me, that I had got myself to this point in my career to achieve something that meant the absolute world to me.
Interesting.
And I think that in itself is going to push me forward now further in my career, that really, if you have a dream and you're willing to go beyond the limits of what you think is even possible, you can make whatever you want happen.
Very cool. Very impressed. What are people to you throughout your career? What were people that inspired you the most? Dancers, non-dancers?
I think in this world you can gain inspiration from absolutely everyone, from your colleagues that you work with on a daily basis, from dancers from all around the world in different companies. I think because this is such a truly hard profession, that we have an understanding of what it takes on a daily basis to progress, to push yourself, to continually develop, to strive for perfection. We're creatures that are constantly trying to achieve something that isn't possible. We're constantly trying to reach perfection. And I think I'm daily inspired by people that I come across in this world, because we all have the same aim, and to have the same appreciation. It's it's truly special, and it's truly a special world to be a part of.
Great. Melissa, it was wonderful to meet you electronically, finally.
Yes,
I learned so
absolutely.
much about you. And we'll be moving on now. Thank you so much again. We'll be moving on now with Maia in Amsterdam.
Yes.
And yeah, Maia Makhateli is somebody that has been doing a lot with us this last year, also co-developed with our designers some items, like, for example, these leggings that you can see here, and some other things. Check it out on our website, obviously. And she has been preparing something because she's pregnant right now, and you will also see it in the video. She has been preparing a video for us for people out there to strengthen themselves according to what Maia Makhateli does and what she thinks makes you the best dancer that you can be. And I think you will find a lot of inspiration in there. So video team out there, please take it away and show us what Maia Makhateli has to show us.
Hello everyone and welcome to Zarely Online Gala. I'm Maia Makhateli, principal dancer with the Dutch National Ballet, and I will be demonstrating for you some pregnancy workouts, fitness, so you can watch. And I will show you an ab exercise which is done with a ball, so you can see it strengthens your ab muscles as well as your back muscles, which is very important to keep it toned and strong. So you can just watch. So you can do this exercise about 3 times, or depends on how you feel. I do 3 reps of 10. So yeah, you can just see how your body reacts. And these exercises are all good for all trimesters. I'm in my 2nd trimester, 5 months pregnant. So I hope to keep doing this. So now I will demonstrate for you some squat exercises, which are good for your hamstrings and your butt muscles and your arms as well. You can do this exercise with or without the weights, and I prefer to do them with the weights. You can start without the weights. The same thing as with the ball exercise. You begin with 10 repetitions, and you do that about 3 times. And then you can do 20 repetitions, but still do the 3 times. Just like I said, you choose for yourself how much your body can take. Just it's important not to overdo them. You start in a wide 2nd position, not too turned in, not too turned out, somewhere in between where you feel comfortable with the weight down. You just start. So you start to feel your hamstrings and your butt muscles burning, which is good. So you can do this about 20 times or 10 times, 3 times, repeat. So the next exercise I will show you is another thing you will do with the weight. It's good for your bum, which I find also very important to keep it toned. It's simple, it's on the mat. Put a small weight on your ankle, and you do leg rises with a bent knee about 20 of them, and then you change the legs. You change the legs, and then you do the same thing. You repeat 3 times. You have to make sure that your hips are square and your back is straight. You feel this exercise works your hamstrings and your bum muscles. I lost the track of the count, but let's do 5 more. So you can do another kind of exercise, which is very similar to this. Again, you can do it with or without the weights. I will demonstrate for you first without the weights. It's up to you if you want to use the weights. It's not very heavy. You can start without, and then you can put the weight if it becomes easier. You do the same thing, but with a straight leg. But you don't bring it all the way down. You do this basically until you really feel your muscles burn. And then you change the legs. There is another way of doing this exercise as well. You can start with going down, which is good for your core and your legs and your stomach and your back. You can repeat this about 5 times or 10, as many as you feel comfortable with. Just don't overdo it. So now I will show you some arm exercises, which keeps them really strong and toned and makes them really sore as well. So be careful not to overdo them. I do 3 times 10, and this is how you do them. The weights, once again, it's up to you. You can use a kilo, kilo and a half, 2. For your triceps, you do them differently. You do them from behind, really square, also 10 times. You can do all sorts of different exercises for your arms. For instance, you can also do this one for your triceps. Just like I said, you start out slowly. You do 5 times, 10 times, as much as your body can take. You can also do this. a bit of an improv, but you feel that all the muscles are engaged, and that's what's important. This was it for today, and I hope you enjoyed. Also, I do these exercises maybe 3 times a week, depends on the load of what you do. Apart from these exercises, I also take class. I try to do that every day. And of course, moderate, not so difficult, no jumps, no crazy turning. Also, you can swim. I used to do Bikram yoga, for instance. This was my favorite, but I stopped. And with these exercises, you can also add some cardio workout, and that's up to you. You can do some walking on a treadmill or walking in the park. For instance, I do the elliptical machine because that's what I did before, and I find it really beneficial. So just choose for yourself what's the best. I hope you enjoyed, and bye.
Welcome back, guys. I hope you enjoyed the video. I hope you did a little bit some of the exercises yourself that Maia was showing. Next up is Dylan Gutierrez. He is a lead dancer from the Joffrey Ballet. He does all the principal roles there, and not only that, he's a wonderful person. I love this guy. We actually danced together in San Francisco for a while, and he was like so small still back then. But now he's like tall and handsome and an amazing dancer, and a great person. Thank you so much, Dylan, for taking the time to being with us.
Thank you for having me, man. It's great to see you.
Great to see you too. Obviously, he was never that small. He was always tall, and impressively, he was super agile for being such a tall person, which you obviously still are. I think you recently have seen probably his post with the huge double cabrioles. It's not often that you see such a tall guy do this kind of stuff.
Thank you, man.
Dylan, let's talk a little bit about your path to how you got to where you are now. Obviously, being tall doesn't make it all easy, but generally you have had to take a lot of hurdles to get to where you are. So maybe you can tell us a little bit about the character traits that you think you have that got you to where you got.
Yeah, for sure. Well, everybody growing up wanting to be a ballet dancer has to deal with their hurdles and their different struggles. For me, it was definitely I felt like my body type was something that, even though I was growing and getting a lot taller, there was a lot of work that I needed to do on my, legs and feet and my port-de-bras, because when I was growing up, I was getting taller so quickly that it was really hard to kind of control my entire body. So growing up, what really helped me was doing Pilates, like through my like younger years, to try and keep everything together and coordinated. I trained with my mother in Los Angeles at her school, Los Angeles Ballet Academy, and through there I got into the Royal Ballet School in London, and I trained there for 2 years. And after that, I joined SFB. And and as you know, at SFB, I felt like I danced a lot and I did my best there, but ultimately it didn't really work out, and that was something that I had to deal with and kind of take on the chin, and realize that that's not really a mark of me as a dancer, but just maybe the financial times and what was going on. So I kind of had to pick myself up and dust myself off, and luckily at the Joffrey Ballet I've been able to succeed and continue to pursue my dream.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, fascinating. Very good. And what are people that inspired you along the way to get to where you got?
Definitely my mother as my teacher. She's been my huge inspiration forever. She's always there for me and my family. My father and my sister, they're my team. But growing up, I heard a speech from Susan Jaffe when I was a child. I was about 10 years old, and I was at my first summer program. And she gave a speech there, and she was talking about how growing up, she wasn't the most talented of her friends, and she didn't have the greatest body type, but in her mind, she always knew that she was going to be a ballerina, and she even felt she was going to be a principal ballerina. And I remember when she was talking about it, thinking, you know, even though I was about 11 years old, I thought that I felt the exact same. And to hear somebody who had come up and actually achieved it, you know, admit that that's how she felt even when she was younger, that was a really big turning point for me. And that was kind of the time when I decided I wanted to fully pursue dance, and that I could do it and do what I wanted.
Mm-hmm. Very cool. Dylan, thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much for being a role model with us, because you are also somebody that obviously I like very much, but you're also just a great person, a very positive spirit. And I think what is very important in your case, what fits very well, I think also going forward, we will be cooperating, doing interesting stuff together. You're a very creative person. I think that shows on your social media, but it also showed back then you created a persona. We won't get into it. What was it? Joshua Price, right?
Yeah, the famous Joshua Price.
Joshua Price, which was kind of like ballet idiot, right?
Yeah,
it was phenomenal. Yeah, it was phenomenal. I loved it. So yeah, we'll be, you know, guys, stay tuned. We'll be doing cool stuff with Dylan in the future, and maybe also clothing. I would love to, because you have a great style as well. And actually some items of some of the dancers hanging here, so you can always check it out in the background here, but you can also check it online at zarelli.co. Actually, those items here, they have been created, and they're inspired by Jana Salenko, and in some instances even they have been co-created. Goes out, or I think this one is a very interesting item. You will see it also online, because we have been working closely between dancers and fashion designers, and this enhances the hyperextension of a leg, so it will make for a more beautiful line. Not that anybody needs it out there, because all of you have perfect lines, but if you do, this is the inspiration of that item. And yeah, next you will see stuff also inspired by Dylan, and you will be seeing stuff named by Dylan, and we're super excited about that. Again, thank you so much, Dylan, for being with us. And next we're going to England now, where Joe and Momoko are going to do something for us. That's and they're going to be dancing. What are they going to be dancing, guys? Oh, they're doing Nutcracker, right? Yes, so they will be dancing Nutcracker for us. And yeah, teams are ready. Please take it away and show us the video of Joe and Momoko dancing Nutcracker. All right, guys, another principal star from Birmingham Royal Ballet. We are gonna see another video now, which will be by Tyrone Singleton and Delia Mathews, and they're dancing Cinderella by David Bindley. So we'll be showing this, and then after that we will have an interview with the two of them, Joey Caley and Tyrone Singleton, who are both very good friends of mine. And Joey Caley will be getting an ass whooping, and you will know why in 5 minutes from now, I guess. So team, please take it away and show Cinderella by David Bindley with Tyrone Singleton. All right, guys. So now you saw phenomenal videos by Caley and Tyrone Singleton. Joey, you lazy bastard. Do the variation, by the way. So thank you for that. Next time with variation, okay?
Next year.
Deal. Next year. Okay, good. So we have a deal. Well, thank you guys for tuning in. Thank you for being role models. You are obviously a close friend of mine, but you're also just generally very inspiring people. I think a lot of people would love to be you. A lot of dancers would love to be you. You have made it in ballet, and we want to talk today about how you made it. What are, for example, your character traits? What are key moments in your life that got you to where you got? So let's start with the character traits. What do you guys think are character traits that you carry in you that made you go further than all these million other people that also wanted to be a principal dancer?
Mm-hmm. Well, I'd say, I don't know, I think I've always been very hardworking. And of course, you know, to work in the ballet industry, you have to be able to push yourself and be determined to improve. And that's something that I very much carry in my character, is the desire to improve and get better, and to listen to advice from other people, whether that be people that inspire me or my teachers and things like that, to get better.
Mm-hmm. I think we're quite competitive as well, like naturally, and I think like our year at school we were always really competitive. So I think we have that like drive to you know, beat each other.
Yeah,
like healthy. You know, it's a healthy competitiveness. Like, but that's always like pushes further on and further on, and
yeah,
you know, it's good.
I agree.
I've kind of enjoyed that, like
pirouette competitions after class and things like that.
Yeah, exactly. You know?
Yeah.
Like, you did 7, right? I'm going to do 7. You know?
I agree. And you guys, to me, it was very obvious. We danced together in Birmingham, and it was very obvious that this group of people, actually, Aaron Robinson is going to come later on as well, who was also like part of this bunch.
Yeah.
We would always push ourselves. We would be there still after our day of work in the evening, and we would try pirouettes and tricks. And so, and you're right, it was competitive, but it was in such a warm and friendly way, at least for me, that I felt we improved literally on a daily basis. It was very nurturing personally.
Yeah, it pushes you, doesn't it? You know, you see someone doing something amazing, you're like, right, well, I've got to do something amazing. I'll try at least. So.
Especially now with like social media, you see so many people post videos online, and oh, how did they do that? You know, try it the next day in the studio. Usually it doesn't work. But
yeah, I agree. And what are people that have inspired you in your way? What are the most influential people in your lives as a ballet dancer and as a successful person? Really? If it's maybe somebody that's not a dancer, name that one too. And why?
I think for me, the person that inspired me most was Carlos Acosta. And I remember when he sort of broke onto the scene in the UK, it was a performance of the opening of the Opera House in London, and he performed Le Corsaire solo, and I was completely blown away by his power and his charisma, but also like his elegance with that as well. And his technique was so assured that like, he was really incredible, and it really showed me like what it's possible to be as a male ballet dancer. That, you know, before the false conceptions that you had to just be pretty and lift the girls, but this was also something really manly and, you know, very virtuoso as well. So he really inspired me to become a male dancer.
I think it was our generation. Like Carlos was like top dog. You know, he really came on the scene, and he was doing these tricks, and I don't know, being at the Royal Ballet School anyway, we hadn't seen this before. So, and I remember being at the upper school and we were watching old videos of him when he was at Houston and stuff, doing all these tricks, and it was amazing, and we were all trying them in the studio the next day. It was amazingly inspiring for us. And I mean, we were lucky to like have Carlos come over and coach us for solos for Prix de Lausanne and things like that. So that was immensely inspiring as well. Like, loved it.
It's actually funny that you're saying Carlos Acosta, because we actually have somebody that comes from the Cuban school. He'll be coming next, and he taught me a lot about pirouettes, about all sorts of stuff. You probably know Jaime Diaz. He used to be a soloist with and he, to me, he was like a real life Carlos Acosta that I could watch in class like all the time. Anyway, you guys, thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for being such positive influencers out there. We need a lot of those. And well, I hope to see you guys very, very soon. We will be now going on with who was the real life Carlos Acosta in my life for a while. And thanks, guys, man. Talk to you later.
Take care, Makatelli.
All right. So, Jaime. So this is the guy that I was introducing just now. And Jaime was a very successful dancer, obviously. But he's also, after his career, he has created training programs because he wanted to pass on what he learned throughout his life to other people. And so maybe, Jaime, you can get us, take a little bit of time to take us through your workout programs that, strengthen you as a dancer and now help all these dancers out there that you're coaching right now to become better, healthier dancers.
You know, I came from a background of family dancers as well, so that influenced me a lot on being very disciplined with ballet and all that stuff. My dad gave me an excellent example of that. If you want to be good at something, you just have to work extremely hard. It doesn't come, out of nowhere and easy at all. And I had, being injured for so many years, that helped me discover another part of who I was, as a dancer. And it taught me a lot of how the body works, So right now I created a program for the San Francisco Ballet School where I teach strengthening for level 6, 7, and 8. And I train professional dancers as well from San Francisco Ballet, from other companies online. And that's what
let's show some of that.
Sure.
Okay, let's move things a little bit so that you can actually show stuff. By the way, all of you guys out there, yes, it's true. He has an amazing jacket on him. It's actually a Zarelli jacket. I just wanted to throw it in there for a second.
Yeah. So basically, guys, what I do, my training method is functional training, and especially when it comes to dancers, it comes all by your own body weight. That's the best way to get stronger if you're a dancer, but also if you're not a dancer, it works as well. So I'm going to give you a couple of exercises that are really going to work are going to be very beneficial for your dancing, which is strengthening your hips. You're gonna get a lot of less stress on your knees, on your joints. If your hips are very strong, all those landings from one single leg, like Rajetes or Cabriol, are going to be more strong, right? If your hips are strong, the more stable your joints are going to be, especially on your knee. It's going to protect a lot those landings from big jumps, as well as your hamstrings. A lot of people think that the strength comes with your quads, right? But it's really key to have your glutes, hamstring, and hips very strong in order for you to have power. If you already have power on your quads, by making your glutes and hamstring and hips stronger, you're going to be able to jump even higher and just be safe injury-wise. Yes. So I'm going to show you a couple of exercises. You're going to use circle band, which is what I use with my dancers. You're going to put it above the knee, just like that. And this is what I typically do to strengthen the hips. So it's called monster box. You can put your hands in front, or you can put your hands on your hips, and you're just going to go side to side, right? Thinking that the leg is going to open, but it's going to open from your hip. It's not going to open from your foot. You're going to open from your hip, going like that, and closing like that, and closing. So this is called monster works. This really works on your hip. that joint of your hip. It's going to also make stronger your VMO muscle, which protects the knee from twisting, ACL rupture, all of that stuff. Yes, it's tendonitis. So monster walks just like that. Yes, and then you can go into the other side. Another great exercise for the hip. I'm going to show you sideways. You're going to go on the side. You have a bar, grab the bar, and you're just going to go sideways, just like that, just to strengthen that muscle. You can go front too and back as well. Yes. Another exercise that is really good, glute and hamstring. Yes. I'm going to show it sideways so you can see a little bit more. Stick your leg out, turn in, completely turn in. Don't let it turn out. Turn in. You're going to put right arm in front, almost like you're going to touch your toes. And then go all the way back up, pushing the knee up, and down. Yes. So this gives the band, it's really good because it gives you different type of resistance, right? It's going to give you resistance in every single part of your leg. Okay. Then another one that we can do is just stretch legs completely. You're going to bend a little bit like you're doing a kuda. Yes, but flex. And then your right arm is going to go all the way down to touch your toes and then to go all the way back up. But the difference between this one is that you're going to feel it a little bit more on your glute muscle. Yes, it's really good to get those glutes very, very, very strong. Yes, then another one that is really, really, really great is just leg, and you just start doing circles with the band to strengthen the hip. This is also going to help you high legs from the jump on the line. Same thing. Yes, all strengthening the hips. It's really key to protect your knees and your ankles from a lot of stress from those big jumps.
Very cool. Very, very cool. So, all of you guys out there, tune in to Jaime's social media, and all the people also in the Bay Area can, of course, do personal coaching, personal training with Jaime. Jaime really knows what he's talking about. I think you can see some videos online. He was literally a mini Carlos Acosta, maybe a little bit bigger than him. So the younger version of it. He really knows what he's talking about. So if you are getting coaching with him, you will be a better dancer, no doubt. And of course, he gives online classes. So contact him if you have questions also to him. Anybody who has questions to any role model out there, please just message us, text us, use our social media channels, because we'll pass all of this information on, and then these people will get in contact.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, we need now 20 seconds to set up here, because we have another super special guest live now. And the super special guest is Shannon Roberts, also a friend of mine. Obviously, we only have friends of mine and Zarelli here. She's a friend of mine and Zarelli again. And not only a wonderful person, but a very, very special career. And we will go on with her now. After, I have no idea what you're telling me there, Ruben, but yeah, but well, first we will have a little chit chat with Shannon. Shannon, yeah, come on in. Hi, nice to meet you. You want to move over here?
Oh yeah, this is great. Hi guys.
So Shannon is, well, somebody I danced with at San Francisco Ballet, and then after that she moved on and made a huge Broadway career. She did the lead in An American in Paris on Broadway, and
oh yeah.
Okay.
I got married since we danced together.
Okay,
so
sorry.
My new married name, it's fine. I changed my stage name. It's very confusing. It's Rubani now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Shannon Rubani. It's fine.
Shannon
I was
Rubani.
Roberts at one time, but I married a Roberts, so it would have been weird.
Okay.
Robert Roberts.
Yeah, Shannon Roberts. Guys, you can just walk in normal or tell me things. You don't have to like crawl on the floor and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But I mean, go ahead if that's more fun for you. Anyway, what we wanted to know, of course, is you had a super special career, and you moved from being a ballerina to being a star on Broadway, which is very far apart. You suddenly have to sing, which we obviously on stage never had to as a dancer.
No,
and
silent.
Exactly, silent art form. And so let's talk a little bit about the different steps of how you got to where you got. And the first one, we asked this everybody, but I think for a lot of people out there, that's a very interesting question. Mm-hmm. What are character traits that you have and that helped you to become that famous in the end?
Okay, well, that's a good question. So a few of the character traits that I think I had, first was I was always a dreamer. So when I was 7 years old, I wrote down all my dreams and goals. One of them was being a ballerina. One of them was being a singer, a superstar, like pop star or something. And the other one was to be on Broadway. So I always kind of knew that I wanted to do that. And I think just kind of always having a target, if you know the bullseye, you'll get somewhere near that bullseye, right? So like I became a ballerina somehow from Lake Tahoe, which is kind of rare because there's not too many ballet schools, so I didn't really have the right training. But I was trained in like tap and jazz and hip hop and river dance and you name it. I was taking class to learn how to dance in different styles. So I wasn't focused on solely ballet. So I think one of the character traits was that I was very well-rounded in dance to begin with, and music was always a big part of my life. It's without music, I wouldn't be dancing. So, the love for music, and I think that I was an old soul in a way where I would watch old Hollywood musicals like Fred Astaire, listening to Frank Sinatra as a kid. Gene Kelly is like one of my huge idols. Leslie Caron, Ginger Rogers. I was always glued to those kind of things. So it makes sense that I was on Broadway doing a show, like an old school Hollywood musical, So that was one of my favorite movies growing up, was Singing in the Rain, American in Paris, and that was pretty much, those were my two go-tos as a kid. So it made sense for me to move on to a Broadway show that I had been watching since I was 6 years old.
Yeah.
But a character trait that I always like to think of myself, it's maybe not a trait, but it's more of being a sponge and just absorbing as much information and learning as much as you can about everything. I think it's not necessarily a character trait to be a sponge, but I think as an artist, the more that you can absorb from different areas as an artist, that's the most important thing, is to be well-rounded and understand enough about yourself to be able to absorb and take different things from different teachers or friends or mentors.
I agree.
Yeah.
I can't agree more. Actually, you guys, you keep seeing me type stuff while I listen to people and interview, simply because of exactly that, the sponge effect, because this is very, very interesting stuff that I'm learning from you guys as well. Now, let's talk a little bit about, because interesting life. You're singing, you're dancing, you're doing so many different things. So let's talk a little bit about the next steps, if I may.
Yeah, that's fine. Well, I'm always doing a million things, right? Artists are generally all over the place, and yet very specific things, right? So I'm all over the place, but I have a target for each one. So right now, I left An American in Paris, and I took a little break, I needed to rest my body, to give my body a little time off, because I haven't done that in years. So my body feels great now. And that I worked on this symphony that I've been writing for a few years. I've been composing since I was 4. And I thought it was a good time for me to start actually putting it all together. It's a half-an-hour piece that I'm going to use as a ballet, given to a good friend, choreographer, to use, and hopefully we'll be hearing it in a big orchestra. I have a Grammy Award-winning team helping me on the project, so I feel like it's actually going to happen.
Yeah, that might help. Yes.
Yeah, that might help a little, right? Hashtag Grammy Awards. But yeah, so it's a fun project. I got a new Broadway show that I'm not allowed to talk about yet, and I have been working on a top secret project in New York. they're all Broadway musical oriented, and until they make the public announcement, I'm not allowed to talk about it. But I am working on. Yeah, no. No, exactly. I cannot say anything yet, but I'm working on 2 new projects that'll start up this spring. But I am focusing a lot on my songwriting and singing as well, because moving into Broadway, I'd never really used my voice. Like we were talking, ballet is a very silent career. It's very internal, but it's physical. It's just not, singing. So after joining the Broadway show, I started exercising, singing a lot more and getting more comfortable in my voice, understanding it a little bit more. And I always used the piano as an outlet, and it was also recharging me at the same time, so I could vent a little bit about my life without having to bore my friends with listening about my life and problems, or good things and bad things. Everything went into the piano, and it used to be silence. I used to just play the piano and compose. And once I started singing, words just started kind of flowing with the keys, my fingers. And it's been fun. So I've been focusing a lot on singing and writing music that's mine. And it's maybe the first time I've ever felt like I'm in the driver's seat of my career, because as a dancer, you're told what to do and how to do it, and you have a little room for artistry. You're on stage, you're physically having to do it on stage. That feels like, you're the car, but someone else is kind of steering it in the direction that they want you to. Someone else owns the road. You're in an outfit that you didn't necessarily pick out. So, there's an element of being an artist that you're never quite in the driver's seat owning the car. So anyways, I feel like my music is where I find a lot of joy as an artist. And I've been focusing a lot on that while I have a little time off, between 8 shows a week.
Yeah. And you know what? We want to hear it.
Great.
Okay, great.
Yeah,
that was easy.
Yeah, that was easy. Come on.
So let's hear something that you, a piece that you created, and you will sing it for us, and you will tap dance on the piano while singing and playing it.
Yeah. I just put my leg up here and then.
Exactly.
No.
Let's keep it to singing.
Purely singing. Yeah.
Let's put this beautiful microphone up here.
Thank you. And this song is an original song I wrote years ago. It's one of the first songs that I wrote. It's called Lifeboat. So enjoy. Let me get comfortable first. Okay. What you gonna do without a lifeboat? What you gonna do when there's no one to save you? I can't care for you more than you do. No one cares, 'cause you never cared about you. You look great, your smile is perfect as it can be. Something's wrong now. What could it be? But is it you? Is it me? Is it him? But I don't understand the logic of buying away on a sinking ship. There's no life. See, no one's gonna pick you back up again if you're a dead weight. I think it's more important for you to be your own friend. It's never too late. But I don't understand the logic of buying away on a sinking ship. No life. So what you gonna do without a lifeboat? What you gonna do when there's no one to save you? I can't care for you more than you do. No one cares, 'cause you never cared about you, and I can't save you. It's up to you. weather sky. I start to cry as we say our last goodbye. The sea will swallow you up and eat you alive. You cannot survive that. I don't understand the logic of buying a word away. Sink it. No life goes. What you gonna do? My life goes. What you gonna do when there's no one to save you? I can give me more than you. No one cares 'cause you never cared about you. Getting tired of saying the same way. It's getting old. Can't wait for you this way. And you don't give back. And you don't take anything in. There's something, but I can't say that it's not fair. Get me wrong, honey, I really do. Care for you. What you gonna do without a life goal? What you gonna do when there's no one to save you? I can't care for you more than no one cares. I can't see. It's up to you. And I can't save you. What you gonna do? 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 What
So after we actually talked to Shannon, we were thinking there's a lot of you out there, especially younger ones, that say, I want to be one day on Broadway. I want to make it there. So we explored further. Is there maybe more information that we could gather for you guys out there and more people that we could talk to? And so, and now please bear with me with the name. Her name is Georgina. How do you say the last name? Paskogin. That doesn't help me. It's a piece of paper. No. So, but she'll tell us how to tell her name properly. Yeah. And we will have lots of questions so that people out there can have more information about how to make it on Broadway, how to become a great dancer, just like Shannon did, and do all these different things along the way. So, yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Video team, show us Georgina's video, choreography by Silas Farley. And then we will talk to Georgina later. Okay.
key we could sign. It's over now, the water and the wine. We were broken then, but now we're borderline. And I wish there was a treaty. I wish there was a treaty between your love and mine.
All right, guys, so you have been seeing Georgina dancing, and now you see Georgina live.
Hi, guys.
And Georgina is at a real life Broadway musical, and she's going to show us a little bit about how life is backstage. You will probably see her on stage one of those days, but yeah, take it away, Georgina. Show us your perspective.
Hi, everyone. It's really nice to meet you. You're on the stage of Cats on Broadway. There's the backstage area. I'm going to flip you around and see if we can get the Jellicle Moon in there. So we are in what is called the junkyard. And in about 20 minutes, I'm going to transform into the White Cat and come on stage with about 30 other people. And we're going to throw a Jellicle ball. And this has been my life, and a little bit of a departure from the normal ballerina lifestyle that I've had for the past 8 months. As you can see, all of this stuff, all of this junk was specifically hand put on. It's not big, large pieces of set. So every little piece of trash that you see was put on individually. And I'm going to take you over to the boot here, which moves about. This boot opens up. I don't know if you can see the NAP 70. I don't know. Okay, there's NAP 70. That is indicative of, this is the 70th set that John Napier has made for Cats on Broadway. Cats on Broadway has been running for 35 years, and it's an incredible first revival here on Broadway, and it's really special to be part of it. So, I can take you backstage. We're gonna go off the stage a little bit. I'll show you that way. And here, we have some of the quick change stuff. Not really. So we got like some shells and lots of props over here backstage. Let's see here. All of our little accoutrements and life-size little things for, you know, cats play with trash. So yeah, that's the backstage area here at Cats. I'm gonna take you into the dressing room now. And
oh, we're losing you.
Am I back? Am I back?
Yeah, you're back in terms of voice, and yeah, I think we'll be good. Georgina, maybe we can. I mean, thank you so much, first of all, for the tour. That's fantastic, and now we have the full experience with Shannon singing, with your tour. Maybe you could give people a little bit of tips. Let's call it tips of how did you make it to where you made it to. So you're very successful. What were things that you would tell, for example, a young dancer, a young person that wants to go into Broadway? What would be tips that you would be giving a person like that?
Well, my foray from ballet into Broadway is a very interesting one, and I think the best advice I can give young dancers aspiring to be a ballerina or come to Broadway is to get used to the idea of hearing no and not necessarily believing no. You will hear a lot of that word, and at the same time, you need to take those minor setbacks and use them to mix them into something positive to move forward. I've heard so many no's, and I've been to so many auditions, and have been at the very, very cusp, and at the very last minute, someone else got the job, and that's disappointing. But keep in mind that things happen for a reason, and me being here at this wonderful show and playing this iconic role of Victoria the White Cat happened for a particular reason. And to have faith in yourself and have faith in the talent that you possess, and keep your head and your mind in the straight and narrow.
Very cool, and very different advice, which I really like. We have a lot of persistence and love for the job, which is obviously all very, very important. It's nice to hear something new, which is you will hear a lot of no's.
Yes, absolutely.
Don't believe them. Yeah, exactly. You know, I think creating a yourself, a personality yourself that can justify, that can judge whether a no is a no that you should take, or a no is a no that you say, well, I'll try it anyway.
Right. I think finding who you are and not comparing yourself and your trajectory in your career to anyone else's. Everyone has their own story, and everyone has their own struggles. And your struggle, what you struggle with, maybe the girl next to you in class isn't struggling with, but that doesn't mean that she's better than you are, or you're better off than she is. It's taken a long time for me to get to this comfortable point, to recognize my weaknesses and to work on them, and to recognize and validate my strengths. And if I could speak to my 17-year-old self, I would say, stay calm. You're working hard. Always do the work and do the research, and don't rush the process. The fun part is the rehearsal. The fun part is the failing and the trying again. The bonus is the job. Getting to do this is a bonus. It's a wonderful thing.
Fantastic. Very inspiring. Thank you so much, Georgina. Thank you for tuning in, and thank you for giving such a positive message to the people out there. We're going from New York now out to Monte Carlo. Thank you so much, Georgina, again, where we have Anya Behrendt tuning in. Hi, Anya. Oh, we can't hear Anya right now. Anya, your mic is switched off. We would need the mic to be switched on. Can we switch the mic?
Wait, I got it.
Yeah, perfect.
I'm here. Hello.
Hello. How are you, Anya? Good to see you.
I'm good. Good to see you. I'm very good. Yeah, I'm not very good with technique, so I'm very good. I succeeded to be here now.
Yeah, welcome to the club. I'm not good with technology at all. That's why you have like people running in and out. That's usually because I messed something up. Anya, thank you so much for tuning in. And yeah, we will be talking about your career, about how you made it to where you made it. And but first we will be showing a video. I believe the guys have been choosing La Belle from Maillot. And we will be showing this first, and then afterwards we will be talking about your wonderful career and about your next steps in life.
Okay.
Which will be very interesting. So please, video, take it away and show us the video, the wonderful video with Anya doing La Belle.
spilled the ink across the page, trying to spell your name. So I fold it up and I flick it out, paper aeroplane. It won't fly, the cell phone sees to you, 'cause it didn't leave my room. But it awaits the hands of someone else, the garbage man. You gotta say, gotta say, So he opens it up and reads it out to all his friends. Amongst the crowd, a heart will bright and a heart will mend. Walks on home, aside from work, the letter falls from his hand. Reaches out only to catch the sky. It's gone with the wind. Gotta say, Gotta say, Go. Said I spilled the ink across the back, trying to spell your name. Up and down, there it goes, paper aeroplane. It hasn't flown the 7 seas to you, but it's on its way. It goes through the hands and to someone else to find you, girl. Gotta say, Gotta say, Gotta say,
All right, guys, so you have seen a lot of stuff now from Anya. Anya, not only the dancer Anya, but also the gyrotonic expert Anya. And so now we're going to be talking a little bit about her career, and we're also going to be talking a little bit about gyrotonics. So let's start with your career and your character traits. So basically, what made you successful? What were the ingredients that made you successful in terms of character? Maybe you can tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, so I think my character is like on one side I'm very disciplined and a hard worker, and on the other side I'm a bit reckless. I think I never did a performance the same like the other time. So yeah, this combination, I think, about loving what I do, having yeah, doing it with 100%, 360%. Yeah, and with full belief into it. I think that probably is the best thing I could describe myself in my career.
Mm.
Yeah.
And I mean, I witnessed you work hard all the time. You were mentioning though that really the driving force was not I work hard to work hard, but the driving force was the passion that
Yeah.
made you to work hard.
Yeah, absolutely. I was supposed to be an athlete before, a long distance runner. And then in a certain point, it was so like every day the same thing. And then I started to dance and I knew immediately that's it. And I got so passionate about it. And yeah, so I started to be in the ballet school of Berlin when I was 10. And I was really not very good, but then later on it got a little bit better. And then, yeah, so I got more into the modern part because for the classical I was not really good. But then again, I got the engagement with the Hamburg Ballet. And I think that was very, very good for me because I could still do all the classical ballets. I could work and point a lot, which usually in the school is not so well done. But dancing Swan Lake in Paris and stuff, so there was things. My dream came true with this engagement. And yes, after I wanted to explore again a little bit more modern, so I went in a small company in Stuttgart, Gutierrez, which now is much bigger. But when it started, we were just 6 dancers, which was very, very nice for me. So we danced for sick people and homeless people, yeah, beside the big stage. And yeah, I think I got a lot more to myself and what I want to say on stage in that way than being involved in a big company. And I think it was exactly the right thing. Then when I came to the Monte Carlo Ballet, I think I just was there in the right time, right moment, and I could explore all the big parts, the big roles, and yeah. So yeah, and generally, I don't want to miss anything. Every part of it was great. Yeah.
Mm. Nice. And then you started gyrotonics, and you did it quite intensely. I believe you started it while you were dancing. Why was that?
I started it in Hamburg actually because I was all the time a little bit injured, and so I started to do a lot of Pilates first, and then somebody there, yeah, a colleague, guided me into gyrotonic, and then I did the first basic course for the gyrotonic, and I knew immediately I want to be a teacher for the gyrotonic. So I did all my teacher license already 2006, and in 2007 I think I was already a gyrotonic trainer, and I always taught a little bit beside, and yeah, it became a big part of my life, I would say. Yeah, absolutely, it changed my life totally.
Very cool.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And to you guys out there, you're seeing now the whole thing live, but go back to her video where she's showing exercises, because it is quite impressive and it has helped her so much. And also, again, contact her also when you're in the region, maybe in the Monaco area. Contact her if you want to train with her, if you want to get tips from her. So yeah, it made her a fantastic dancer. It's probably going to make you a fantastic dancer. And well, talking about gyrotonics, we're moving on now. Thank you so much, Anja, for tuning in. We're moving on with more stuff in that regard. So strengthening and basically building your body to do what it's supposed to do in ballet. So thank you, Anja, again.
Thank you so much.
And we're now going to talk to Aaron Robinson. He's live here from San Francisco Ballet. And we're going to have Lisa Janoni tune in. We're right now at the garage. And the garage is actually where Lisa, is performing her workouts. And she created her workout program here. The workout program is called The Hammer. So it is really, really tough. I don't know if we have a video of that, but we will throughout this live session for sure. She also created, she's a serial entrepreneur.
Hello.
Oh, wait, hello. There she is. Right from hardworking conference.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
Are you
sure.
talking
Yeah,
about
she's hardworking conference. Yeah, you have a live picture there, so we can't tell the audience that, Lisa. You're at the beach. Lisa, can you hear us?
Yes.
Perfect. So I was just raving about how amazing you are.
I've got your feed in the background. So it's different than what I'm seeing on the screen. So I'll ignore your feed in the background.
Yes, please do.
Okay. Hello, Aaron.
Hi, how are you? Looks like
I'm
you're having a
good.
great
How are
time.
you? I'm sorry I'm not there at the garage with you guys.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that. So Lisa, just to finish, I was just raving about you and how successful you are. I was already talking about the garage, and just to finish it up, you are a body conditioning and physiotherapist genius who has created this clinic where athletes from all over the world go to, Olympic medalists, Super Bowl winners, you name it, they all have been there. I think that was your daughter, by the way, just walking through the screen in the back. But
oh, yeah. Yes. We're working really, really hard.
Yeah, I know.
And I did run 8 miles, though, just now. So just so you guys don't think I'm completely slacking.
Yeah, well, you never. I told you to finally take a day off. So after this, please take a day off, because Lisa is somebody that works 24/7 usually. So yeah, Lisa, maybe you can tell us a little bit. We're talking now about strengthening for ballet dancers, and maybe you can take us a little bit through like particularities that you see that are important for dancers in terms of strengthening.
Okay, yes, definitely, definitely. I don't know if you're going to show any of the kind of hammer conditioning clips.
Yes, we're going to show that.
But you know, my perspective on this, there's a couple of things. I think dancers, while incredibly physically skilled and can do things, there are some vulnerabilities, and I think it's really related mostly to their ability to sustain work, so their endurance, their cardiovascular sort of endurance, as well as their spot-specific neuromuscular control, or the ability to really isolate and activate the muscles around your core, which means your abdominals for sure, but it means your spine. It means your deep hip rotators, not just your glutes and your hamstrings. For the men, it's sort of upper body sorts of things as well. So I think that's where dancers are vulnerable. You know, their issue typically is super high mobility and low stability. So I always like to talk about how do we turn things on. And Aaron, we just went through that recently. We found some deficit. Aaron, if you don't mind me explaining that.
No, absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, we found a little funny deficit. He was having a little bit of back pain. We're thinking, wow, that's weird. It only happens with XYZ. We analyzed the motions. You could probably explain it from a ballet point of view what would get him, but turns out that he was really sort of deficient in his very deep hip rotators. So you have to go deeper than what you see glute wise, right?
Right.
And learn how to activate those muscles. And I think within a couple workouts, and we're gonna have to patent this and put this online, the blue ball series. Within a couple workouts, he was able to find those muscles and use them, and it completely changed his ability to jump, land, and function pain-free. So it's things like that. You have to be kind of a detective to pick off these deficits, because the dancers in every other way are in incredible shape, right? But if you look at it in a very picky sort of teacher professor grading way, you could find deficits, and I like to go after those little weaknesses, because that takes someone from 98% to 120%.
Interesting.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely makes sense. By the way, we're smiling here. We're sitting here smiling because Ruben was about to die in the background. So that's why we try to stay serious. But no, it makes total sense. Okay. And I mean, obviously, you have brought me back, and my knee was, well, according to every other doctor out there, was irreparable. And now I'm CrossFit and you name it, it's not a problem.
You can run 5 or 6 miles. I saw that. I mean, which is, to be able to take those kinds of loads, to be able to do that sort of thing well without pain is incredible.
Absolutely, and that was all you. That was 100% all you. So yeah, thank you for that, and thank you for your constant support and your tips, and a lot of what you taught us really also went into the clothing that we made.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, absolutely. Thank you for that.
I mean, it's it's great stuff.
Yeah, thank you. And and we have a video now, a video team. Can you show us the hammer workout so that people know a little bit what we're talking about. This is a workout that, yeah, I mentioned it previously, that Lisa created, and it really catches the whole body. So there is not a part of your body that is not being trained, and not being trained also the right way. So this is, I do it myself whenever I can. It's a wonderful workout, and I think especially for dancers, it is a fantastic support for your everyday life. So yeah, take it away.
The summer, I'm in a trance or something. Her mind is not, no, as sharp as all her diamonds. She must be smoking something. I see her dancing in the streets, sipping champagne on the beach. It's so expensive what she eats, cause she's so fancy. I see her when I go to sleep. I check my phone when I'm weak. She never posts anything deep, cause she's so fancy. This summer's gonna hurt like a motherfucker.
All right, so now you have seen the hammer workout and Lisa talking. I think it's always very inspiring. It's very impressive what she does. And thank you so much, Lisa, for taking the time out of your busy schedule at the beach in Mexico. Now we're going to Aaron. We're going to discuss with Aaron, a very good friend of mine. Actually, the guy that we talked about previously with Joey and with Tyrone. We were the bunch that would hang out late in the evening, still in the studio, doing pirouettes and 540s and you name it. Whatever we could try, we would try still. It was a great time. It was a great bunch of people. Aaron, tell us a little bit about what you think are character traits in you that made you successful, that made you get to where you got, which is one of the best companies in the world, principal dancer. So you can't really go a lot higher than that, obviously.
Right. I'd probably say from a young age, I definitely had a lot of passion. So I think that combined with a strong work ethic really is what's kind of kept me going to be able to reach this point. Especially when you go through tough times, that's kind of when that work ethic has to really kick in, because, you know, there are times where, like, you know, you're not dancing much and you start to question yourself, and you can easily go the other way and kind of give up if you like. But I think I've always, even through the tough times, kept pushing, and I think eventually hard work does pay off in the end. And but saying that, I've always, like I said, really been passionate about dance since I was a kid. So I think eventually I always thought I would get there in the end. I just had to keep my eye on the ball.
Mm. And I think another one, if I may comment on, you found your way. You started out at places where you were like, okay, this doesn't fit me. And
Right.
You kept changing until also places geographically, until you got to where, until
Right.
you got to the place that you got to.
Right. I mean, definitely I did, especially when I made my first move, I thought it's because, you know, I wasn't in the right place for me. And actually, you know, I moved to Spain and I danced with Angel, and it was perfect for what I needed at that stage in my career. Working with Angel was really just an incredible experience for me personally. at that point is when I kind of needed that kind of person to nurture me and like give me the confidence boost that I needed at that point. And I'm like forever grateful for him for that. And then just because of circumstances, really, unfortunately, in Spain at that time, it was when the crisis hit. So, you know, I unfortunately had to move on from there. But I actually was really happy living in Spain and dancing with Angel. And then that's what took me to Houston Ballet. And there again, I learned so much from being there. Fantastic company. The dancers there work incredibly hard, which is infectious. It made me work even harder. And I mean, it's something that every place that I've been, actually, I feel like I've took something from there and learned something from the dancers and the staff, everything really. It's really kind of molded me into, you know, what I'm trying to be now.
Now, what you are, man.
Yeah.
I saw yesterday's Frankenstein. It was incredible. You did the lead part. It was absolutely fantastic. So you can be humble, but I can tell you that it was absolutely rocking.
Thanks, mate.
So, yeah, we now will see something that's somewhat related because you have danced Giselle, I believe. Have you danced Giselle? Yes, you have danced Giselle.
Yes.
And a fellow Spaniard, even though you have an English name, you grew up in Spain?
Yes, in Barcelona. I moved there when I was 10.
Yeah. Exactly. And now we're going to see one of the co-founders' brother, Moises Martin, who is also in Spain. He's Spanish and he is in Madrid. And we will see now, unfortunately, he couldn't join us for the interview later on, but we will see now him dancing Giselle. And yeah, video team, take it away. And then I think we might be able to do some interview later with his brother representing him. But yeah, take it away, video team. right, guys, you have been enjoying the video of Moises Martin dancing Giselle. Moises being one of our role models. He was dancing with Lucy Barthelemy. Okay, now I'm pretending that nobody held up a sign, but somebody held up a sign. Hard name for a German to say. We are now going to see a video from Galina Mikhailova, who is a great friend of mine, a great person also. And after this video, we'll be talking to her and hearing about her path in life and how she got to where she got. So video team, please take it away and show us the video of Galina dancing together with, that's another really difficult one. Tigran Mikchian. Galina will say it properly in a bit. So have fun watching it.
Hello, Zarely. Hello, everyone. I'm Galina. This is Tigran Makharchan. We are members from Ballet Zurich. We will perform for you a duet from the ballet Anna Karenina, choreographed by Christian Spuk in 2014. I'm sure many of you know the story of Anna Karenina, but for those who don't, we would like to tell you a little bit about our characters. So this is...
I'm presenting the role of Stiva, who is the brother of Anna Karenina in the ballet.
And I'm Dolly, his wife. They're in a constant fight because he would like to go around, like cheating. And even though Dolly is very sad and hurt, she still would like to save their marriage. The duet is from second act, and the music is from Rachmaninoff.
All right, guys, you have now seen Anna Karenina. You have seen Galina Mihailova dance it together with Tigran
Makarchan.
Thank you so much. Hard name for me. So let's talk a little bit about you. We know each other for a long time now, and you're a wonderful person, obviously.
Thank you.
Otherwise, I wouldn't invite you to join us, to join this community.
Thank you.
And yeah, you're a super successful dancer. So for us being or having created this whole I Am Legend theme around our new collection, we want to understand what made people successful. And the paths that we have heard today are so different. Some say it's about my passion. Some say, well, it's the hard work. Some they say whatever they say. So we want to understand first, what are the character traits that made you successful? What do you think?
Well, I probably have to repeat some of these things you said, because hard work is very important. Passion, it's always there from little child. And discipline. As long as you have the discipline in life, in the studio, on stage, you go where you want to go. It's very hard, but it's easy on the same time.
And along the way, so those are character traits, but I'm sure there were people that inspired you, people that gave you information that was very important to you, or just people that you looked up to. Maybe you could take us a little bit through people that inspired you.
Yes,
and why
of
they
course.
did.
When I was little, we didn't still even have internet. So this was a little bit hard to be out there in the world. We would hear about Maia Plisetskaya, about Baryshnikov, but we won't be able to see them very much. So as soon as I came to Zurich, it became another world. It's like a Disneyland of ballet, let's say it in that way. Then I have Iana Salenko as one of my idols, Polina Semyonova, Alexandra Ferry. Baryshnikov is still there. I adore this person. I would love to meet him one day alive, like live. All my teachers, I really have to thank them, because without their discipline teaching me how to behave and keep going as a ballet dancer, I won't be here where I am with my character, with my love toward art. And the teachers from school in Bulgaria and all the teachers from Zurich, the place that I learned everything.
And I'm sure it wasn't all hunky-dory, and we hear a lot about, you know, the powerful mind that got people to where they got, but everybody also has drawbacks, has setbacks. What were setbacks that you would say were quite tough setbacks in your life, and how did you cope with that?
Okay, one very recent one. The hardest thing is to give birth to my little daughter, which is 15 months old right now. This was the very challenging. I think for ballet dancer, our life is to be like with ballet, to give everything. And one day you want to have this little tiny person with you. And when it's there, it's the most amazing thing, but the most hard part in our life. So this is, for me, this was the hard part, to become a mom, and the most unbelievable one. So it's nothing to do with ballet in general, but I think it's really important to pass through that, to continue dancing, and then life becomes even more beautiful.
Great. Galina, thank you so much for spending the time with us.
Thank you, Matteo, so much.
Yeah, it was a great pleasure to have you with us. And
so nice to see you after more than 10 years.
Yes, so nice to see you. And you can't imagine how I was dancing, by the way, when I heard that you were promoted to principal. So yeah, keep it up. Keep being awesome.
Thank you.
And let's go to Yugita in Canada from Zurich now. Bye. And hi, Yugita.
Hi.
Hi. Good to see you.
Nice to see you too, finally.
Finally, exactly. Yugita, I actually, I know a little bit about about you, obviously, but I also know, I've seen you actually in Jackson. We did the competition together, but I was the butthead in the back and you were the shining
No
star.
way,
Yes,
seriously?
yes,
I had
you
no
were.
idea.
Yeah, and I mean, back then already, you were really incredibly hardworking. When everybody would do the exercise twice in class, you would do it again and again and again. I was extremely impressed, and obviously everybody saw that you were going to make it big, because you had all these character traits, and we were talking about it throughout the day, and we got a lot of very different answers, and I would love to hear from you what you think got you to where you got. What character traits made you to become the fantastic dancer and successful dancer that you are?
It's very difficult to pinpoint very few, and many people, I was tuned in from early morning. I followed everybody and you know, everybody has a different story. And I think this, the people mentioned, of course, passion. But for me, first, it became, not even passion came first. At the beginning, I started with the proving that I can do things. So throughout my whole life, since I was very little, I always heard that I cannot do this, I cannot do this, that I'm too small, that I'm too tiny, that I'm this, that I'm that, you know. So it somehow triggered in me this willpower to always prove wrong. So I played the basketball with the guys and the soccer, and I went hip hop, and I did all the things. Anything somebody would tell me not to do, I would go for it. So, but I could never find myself really. So once I started doing ballet, it actually really, I felt it's a perfect niche for me to be competitive, because I have that character of always being competitive and always proving everyone wrong. And once I started doing ballet, then the passion came, like, oh, I actually really like it. I can be artistic, I can be creative. But that side of the character really brought me, I think, to where I am. Is determination and willpower and really working hard, as you remember.
Yeah.
Every break, every lunch break.
Yes.
always working, and I think I'm still doing it. And many people think once you become a principal dancer, probably it becomes very easy, but no, it becomes even harder. So you have to work even harder. And and then it became this passion and love to the art form that I do now, and that keeps me going now. I really love what I do.
Mm. And we prepare, well, actually, let us first briefly say we were very inspired by you as a dancer, and we this week we have just launched the Yugita pants, as you probably know, right? And we are launching.
Thank you.
Yeah, we
I love them.
Okay, good. We were very we were trying a lot of things throughout those last months with all these fashion designers that were creating for us, and with the material specialists from Italy and so on and so on. And we were looking around into finding ways of using zippers really cleverly. And we actually have a Joseph pants coming out. They're named after Joey Caley and Joseph Walsh, so both principal dancers as well. And this was one item, or is one item that is coming out. But one item, is named after you, and to be honest, is one of my favorite items, or maybe the favorite item. So guys, go on to Zarely.co and have a look at that. But before you look at the website, watch out for the videos of Yugita that are coming up now. You have been sending us, and I thought that was very interesting, a video first about your workouts that are to me, I was very surprised because they're not all super balletic.
Oh no, I don't do ballet when I do a workout. I do ballet when I work.
Yeah. Actually, that was a good answer. That was a very good answer. I was surprised though, because they're really tough workouts, and they're also workouts. Obviously, dancers are tough, yada yada, but still, they're workouts that I wouldn't have associated very much with a ballerina. And so, but it made me happy because, generally speaking, successful people are those people that are able to grasp a lot of information from very different points from all over the world and include that into their being, really, to be special.
That's true.
And so I was very happy to see that video. So now we're going to be seeing that video of you working out, and then we're going to see a wonderful video of you dancing en pas classique. And I think it's a beautiful thing because it's a big contrast between those videos, and all people out there will feel the inspiration coming from that, because it inspired me a lot personally.
Oh, thanks.
So actually, yeah, that's all we got for now. We have to move on, but it was fantastic to meet you. Thank you so much, Yugita, for tuning in.
Thank you very much.
And
it's only a little part of the workout that I did on the lower legs and lower back. Like sometimes I target the whole body or just the upper body. So I really do a very different things, but very much strengthening things. And I really would like to just say very shortly that training and Pilates and gyrotonic really kept me injuries free throughout my whole career.
Yeah. And we should probably mention also in the context, your personal trainer is Ben Clarefield. Is it?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes, so you will see him in the video, and I could imagine that we will have more opportunities to collaborate. Also, maybe through social media, you will probably see a lot more videos coming up in the future of, yeah, your incredible workouts as well as your dancing. But I think your dancing life is pretty exposed. A lot of people know you, pretty much everybody in the dance world, obviously. So, but yeah, maybe we can explore beyond that. So thank you.
Of course, I'll be posting much more.
Yes, thank you so much, Yugita. And
thank you, Mate.
Guys, video team, play the videos. Those are fantastic videos, and the world should see it right now as we speak.
Hi, I'm Yugita from National Ballet of Canada, a principal dancer, and this is my personal trainer, Ben.
Hi, I'm Ben. I'm at Reach Personal Training. I'm the owner, and I get to train this lovely lady over here. So what we're going to do today is, well, it depends actually every day. Yugita comes in and says, okay, I have this kind of ballet. We need more endurance, we need more stamina, I need to jump more, I need to work more on hamstrings, I need more low back, I need a bit to push the prowler, which you'll see. It depends on the day, it depends on what Yugita needs for each ballet. So today we're going to do a lot of hamstring work, a lot of low back work, because it's really important for all jumping and safety of her knees and low back. All right, let's go. Leg curl.
We need more weight?
I did that. And don't worry, I'll always add more weight. All right, 6 reps, 3 second lower. Good. 3, 2, 1, release, squeeze. Good, up. 3, 2, 2. 3, 2, 3. 3, 2, 4. 3, 2, 5. One more. 3, 2, 6. Good. Next. Here we're going to do a Cuban press into an overhead squat with a deep plie at the bottom, which is specific for Yugita. So you'll all watch this. Not many of us can do this, but Yugita can. Okay, let's go. Chest up. Good. Go. 6 reps. Good. Good. Pull tight. Wrist, bring the elbow up. Yeah, there we go. Just up, good. Stay tight. One more. Good. Pull it apart, stay tight.
ballet or anything that involves low plies and to the knee to knee, always do this one. It helps you to come back without twisting the knees and injury. So I find it really helpful to prevent.
So obviously Yugita is one of the best ballet dancers in the world, yada yada yada, we all know this. But really the whole point is that she knows ballet. Ballet is easy. I'm not going to teach her ballet. But actually what's really, really, really good for the joints and the muscles to keep them injury free, and what we call structural balance, is to actually make sure that you're doing things under load. In ballet, it's not really under load unless you're in a lift, but Yugita doesn't really do lifts. So it's really, really important for her to train under load, because that's what really, really protects the joints and muscles. Showtime. All the way up to 6. Fast up. Yeah, 3 seconds more. 3, 2, 1. Fast up. All of this works low back, glutes, hamstrings, and the calves are tucked in too. So it's going to get all of the posterior training.
This one?
Yep. This one hits. Two nice. Right. This looks like a strange exercise, but it really means that Yugita is going to work her low back and her hamstring in each leg individually to iron out imbalances, and also to have her upper back be in a position that to a certain extent mimics various positions that she'll get into in the ballet. Switch.
And that was good turned out. As for ballet,
You can see her foot, so she can make her foot turned out, because that hits the different part of the hamstring and it mimics a lot of the positions that she's in.
and that's the one to keep and strong and flexible, right?
Upper back stays tight, and Yugita does something that most people can't do. I can't do this, but it looks really good when she does it. So it works both the shoulders, but it also works all of the posterior chain, all the way from her arms all the way down to her calves. So Yugita is extremely flexible, but under load, she has to stay tight. So yes, there's the flexibility and the mobility, but she actually has the ability to hold the tightness, which is really important because that'll prevent her from getting injured. And Yugita works really, really hard in the ballet, but also really, really hard here. Doing those two things together, I think, is what's made her great. Good push. Yep.
How many reps do we do today?
A lot of reps. Good. Lots of 6 reps. Good rest. And no rest. We're going to do that multiple times. How do you feel?
Okay.
Can I go more in this?
Hands are on fire.
Good, not just for the camera, I'll actually go up and make.
The thing is, I have such a flexible lower back. If I don't make my back still strong, I feel it always pops out and I have to be adjusted. So just by working hamstring and that flexibility and the strengthening, it keeps me super strong and I can bend a lot and lift my legs without worrying that I'll actually injure my lower back.
What's pretty phenomenal about Yugita is actually that she has an unbelievable work capacity. We can do a lot of work, which is a good thing because it means that we can get a lot done in an hour. If we need to tweak a little bit here, a little this, that, the other thing, calves, low back, shoulders, we can do it because she doesn't really, I've never seen her get tired. Although we might see it today, just for the camera.
Haha. Right.
Wait 1 sec. 20 seconds.
Wait until I get to prowler.
That's what
I'll die.
Then we'll see. Okay, up. Good. 3, 2, 1. 2. Do you feel okay?
Mm-hmm.
Good. 3, 2, 3. 3, 2, 4. 3, 2, 5. 3, 2, 6. Good. I'm going to stand and wait for the set like this, okay?
Sure.
This one will go.
pull hard at the top. Really feel that pulling hard. Obviously, none of this looks as beautiful as when she dances, but it's a significant part of why she can do all the beautiful things she dances.
It helps dance.
Exactly.
I think since I started working out, I found myself actually being ballet injured. I mean, it always hurts something, but I actually wasn't injured. Because as soon as I feel something is a bit weak, just come here and we strengthen it right away.
Here's the other thing, we were just talking about the new ballet dancer is understanding that they have to train too. Because it's kind of a crazy thing. Ballet dancers are professional athletes. So almost every professional athlete trains. So to think that ballet dancers don't need to train is kind of a crazy thing.
We definitely do.
Control lower, fly up. Hop. Good. 2, 1. 3, 2. It's ready for you.
Am I even?
I'd yell at you for not, so it's fine. You're good. Almost there. Up, push. Good. Good.
we're back. We're back from Canada now. We are going to England, where we have Vicky Mar with us, who is a very, very good friend of mine, one of the best people in the world. And now she used to be a very good dancer, very successful dancer with Birmingham Royal Ballet, and now start her own workout routine, or workout program rather. And this program is amazing, and I think we have indicators for that. Millions of people watching it online, so it must be amazing. It's probably not so good for me because I'm not strong enough for it, but maybe I will be one day. Thank you, Vicky, for joining us, first of all.
Hi, Matteo. Nice to see you. Yeah, I was a dancer with BRB. We danced very briefly together, Matteo and I. And then I retired from full-time dancing 3 years ago to start my own business, sleektechnique.com, which is an online ballet fitness company, like you said, still kind of drawing on my roots as a classical dancer and combining it with kind of most up-to-date fitness knowledge. Kind of bring a workout to, not for dancers per se, but more for everyday women who want to incorporate a bit of dancing into their fitness.
Yes, very cool. And you are going to show us stuff, I understand.
I'm going to show you. Well, you've had some amazing people on today from beautiful studios and stages across the world. I am in a very small space that I use at home personally for my own kind of training and workouts. I'm going to show you, it's more a bit of a cool down stretch, a bit of conditioning that you would typically see in a sleep workout, and we use it in a lot of our classes. You'll see some balletic things in there, some drawing on some yoga, some Pilates, and it's quite a nice way of working out for women who want to build a more kind of balletic dancer-like physique.
Got it. And just briefly before you start, the focus, the aim is what from what I understand is long, lean muscles rather than bulky muscles. So it's for those kind of people that want to have the long, lean, beautiful muscles and not the bulky muscles, mainly, right?
Yeah, I think over the last few years, dancing and ballet in particular has become a lot more fashionable. Lots more women aspiring to a more of a dancer look. Lots of fitness methods are actually designed on men and then just adapted for women. This we actually built around a woman's body to give you a really feminine physique. Yeah, no bulk, lots of lean lines, long muscles, a bit like that of a dancer.
Yeah. Very cool. I personally love CrossFit, and I should probably not say that online, but I love CrossFit. For women, sometimes I think too much CrossFit is not that good. So, but I love your workout, and obviously, I mean, you look stunning. So take it away and show us some of the exercises.
I will do a bit of talking through this, just like I would in a normal sleep class. And you can follow any of these online. I'll put a bit of music so to liven it up a little bit as well.
And people out there, so you can tune up, you can tune in, you can sign in, subscribe to her workouts. You can, of course, do it live. And yeah, you will, if you are working hard and you're doing sleep technique, you might be looking as sexy as Vicky is right now. So take it away, Vicky.
Okay. All right. We'll start lying down on the mat and drawing the heels in towards our bottom. I'm going to start by drawing up the pelvis and tensing glutes. Just into a little pelvic tilt and hold it here and feel a gentle stretch into the quads. Then bring the hands in front of your chest, put pressure through the palms to activate your pectoral muscles. In one movement, push the hips up high, send the arms back behind you, really working into the hamstring and glute attachment, then pulse it out for 8. Squeeze in 8, 7, 6, 5, firing up your adductors, 2 and 1, holding the hips nice and high, bring the hands back to the chest, pressure through the palms, then in one movement, roll everything down and progress onto demi-point. Peel the pelvis off, bring the hands to the chest, really activating the pecs. In one movement, push the hips up high, send the arms behind the head, working even higher now into the hamstring and glute attachment. Pulse the knees towards each other, activating reductions for 4, 3, 2, and 1. Bring the hands back to prayer position. Keeping the hips high for one more count. Lower everything together and extend the downstage leg. And push those hips up like the hands of the clock. Bring the leg up to midnight. Lower the hips and press. And press. Lower the toe down towards the floor. And once more, lower, push and press. Lower, push and press. One more set. And again, under control, lower and push the hips towards the ceiling. All the way back down, just gently rest the toe to the floor. Lower the hips and switching up to a high demi point again, push the hips up. And again, lower and press. All the way down, resting the toe gently towards the floor. Control the lower. Once more. Really sculpting out the tops of the legs and into the quads. This time just drawing the knees towards you and stretching out. Bring the arms round to bra, just peel the neck, head and shoulders off the floor, engage your base abdominals, then working up a little higher, rolling up through the spine, working into the upper abs. Flex at the elbows and cross your upstage leg to Batman for one. Squeezing the inside thighs as you close, making a nice classical fifth position. Now with a flex foot, flex, squeeze and cross. Every time you close the legs. The last one, brushing through to an arabesque, reaching out from your fingertips to toes. Draw that knee back to your chest. So working your abdominals now. Again, lower down. Lengthen up. Once more, knee to chest. And find that rotational twist. Draw the toe towards your bottom. So contracting in the hamstring. Keep the knee lifted to work into that outer hip and lower the toe. Brush this top arm along the leg, stretching up into the hip flexor. Make a lovely bow shape with your body. Then release that leg up and over. Full rond de jambe. Arms through fifth position and just take a spiral twist to release. Grab that thigh and pull it in towards your body. If you want to increase the stretch, invert the arm and pull the body round. Coming back to face me, sit cross-legged, arms through fifth position, take a wave stretch and lengthen into those glutes. Good, coming up, swing the legs around, all the way back down. Let's reset for one. For two, try not to drop this chest, keep it lifted towards the ceiling. Now with a flex foot, squeeze the inside thighs, working into a classical fifth position. Last one, brushing through. Lengthen out to an arabesque alignment, keeping this leg right behind you. Then draw the knee to the chest and lengthen out. So we're working the abdominals on the sit-up, controlling on the lower, and getting a cross-rotational twist to our arabesque. Draw the toe towards your bottom, contracting into the hamstring, keeping the knee lifted. Then gently lower the toe. Brush the top arm along your thigh, stretch out into that hip flexor. Create that bow shape and lengthen through that chest. Full rond de jambe, bring the leg up and over. Spiral twist, port de bras, grab that leg and put it close in towards your body. If you want to increase the stretch, invert the arm, pulling yourself right through. Coming back to face me, sitting tall. Draw the tummy in nice long posture. And again, ripple through the body and lengthen out. Stretch the fingertips towards me. Then this time, rocking right onto your plank position and lift your downstage leg. We take arabesque, cross, arabesque. Keep the rotators working. Arabesque, cross. Remember the alignment of the body and the neck and head. An extension of the spine. Last one, don't put the leg down. We'll extend to a full penché. Press the toe to the ceiling and the shoulders down to the floor. Stretch out through the psoas as you drop the toe to the side and up. Draw the knee towards your chest. Again, reset to penché. stretching out through the psoas and lengthen up. This time, draw the knee towards your chest, turn the leg out, place it between your front arms, deep breath in, exhale out. Folding forward quarter bra for a deeper glute stretch this time. Reset the toe, hands either side, and start other side. Arabesque, cross, arabesque, replace it, keeping the shoulders down, strong in your tummy, and rotating the leg out in that low arabesque. Last one, don't replace the foot with penché. Press up towards the ceiling, shoulders down towards the floor, bend at the knee, stretch your psoas, and draw up. Knee to chest, stretch into your psoas, lengthen up, and knee to chest. Turn the leg out, between your front arms, deep breath in, exhale out and folding forward for deep glute stretch. Hold it there, relaxing. Then bring the hands back, either side, tuck the back toe underneath. Your plank, push the bottom high, walk the feet towards you, and slowly release up through the spine, and relax. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
We're done. This is a short little express one. We cut the reps down for the purpose of this.
That was very cool, though. And for all the dancers out there, this is also something for you, obviously, because this will get you strong and powerful. And if you're powerful, you'll probably be successful.
Well,
check this video also after this workout, and we'll be collaborating. After this broadcast, if you want to see it again, for example. But we will also be collaborating for sure in the future. That's my plan. Vicky doesn't know yet, but we'll be doing that.
One of the nice things about Zarely is you've taken something which is also suitable for dancers and women in fitness and in dance. A bit like Sleek. It's not built for dancers, but dancers use it. Also, everyday women as well. So
yes,
it's a nice blend.
I absolutely agree. So because we have asked these questions, before we move on with the next thing, just really briefly, what are the character traits for you that makes for a successful person? You're obviously a very successful person, and it's not easy to move from dancing to doing something so different. You're building an online business basically based on this activity that you created, this workout program that you have created. So maybe you can give us some character traits that you think are important, first to become successful as a dancer, but then also beyond that.
I've been watching, as you say, a lot of the people that have been on today, and determination is one of the things that's been very common. As a dancer, I don't think I was blessed naturally with all the natural attributes that you should have, beautiful sway back legs and gorgeous hyper-extended feet. I just had to work really hard and just push and get where I wanted to get. One of the hardest things for me, having been so in love with dancing and what I did, the transition into another business or another lifestyle, I found very difficult at first. And I'm not by any means saying for me it was seamless. I probably had a good 6 months to a year where I was kind of floundering and hadn't really found my drive again, because I didn't have the same passion for anything else that I did for dance. But it's about, I think, recognizing that was great and now that's finished, but I can make something else great if I put the same amount of energy and passion into something else. And also being successful in it. For me, it's about knowing what you're good at and what you're not good at. And the things that you're not good at, it's great to partner up with people who are good at those things. So knowing the right people to partner with. And I had an awesome business partner, a friend of mine who've been friends for many years, we're great friends and great business partners. That's helped in building a business that we both love. And also now making it work around my life. If I'm happy in my normal life, I'm happy in my work life, then they blend very well together. I now have a little boy that I had last year, and being able to have a bit more time at home and do my online work from home means I spend more time with him, and it keeps everybody happy. And happy people, I think, work well.
Very cool. and very good advice, something very unique we haven't heard yet about your understanding your qualities and understanding also where you're not that good at and finding people to partner with. So thank you for the advice. Thank you for the whole workout. It was fantastic having you. And I mean, it's fantastic for me having you in my life in general. So thank you for tuning in. And we go on now, guys, with Filipe Portugal, who's a principal at Zurich Ballet as well. And we will start out, before we actually talk to him, we will start out with a documentary about him. And then we will talk to him. Also a very wonderful person. So video team, show us first a little bit about his life, show us a little bit the documentary, and then we will go into the next.
My name is Filipe Portugal. I come from Portugal and I'm 38. I'm currently dancing still with the Ballet Zurich. I'm a principal dancer. It's like the highest category you can have in a ballet company, which means that you have to work very hard for it. At the primary school where I was, they had ballet classes like in the end of the day. My mom said that once I asked her to go to the ballet class. I was first the only boy with many girls, and that was not so often at that time yet. My teacher pushed me to go to the conservatory for audition when I was 9 to start ballet more seriously. And I was lucky that things always went very easily with my parents as well, because as a boy that wants to dance, it's not always easy. It's not always a fair profession, because it doesn't only depend on your hard work sometimes, that you're there every day doing your work the most you can. It's not just about that. You have to be somehow also very lucky in a sense that it's art, so we all have different tastes, and sometimes it's not just about how much you give and how much you do it. It's if the person that is in front likes what he sees. Sometimes you really wish to dance a certain role or this or that, but then just things don't go that way. And but that's life. I always say, no matter what I do, if it's small or big, when I'm on stage, I just try to enjoy it the most I can, and then in the end, it's fine. As much as a principal dancer is important on a ballet, classical ballet, where is the main part, everyone has their importance on the ballet company. And this is something you should never forget, because we all have our value, no matter where you are. I always thought about, not like, oh, I want to be a choreographer, but I always had the idea of making ballets. And this was always something that was in my mind. Although it took me a while, I always talked about it, that I wanted to choreograph, but it took me a while to be ready for it. When I start working with the dancers, I basically try to take the best of each one and discovering new ways of moving, but always taking a lot of what they can give me. I don't like when I force dancers to do something that actually it's not comfortable for them. It doesn't mean that I will make their life very easy and they just do easy things. No, it's still challenging, but I need to have I need to be sure that when they will be on stage, they will enjoy it the most they can. And for that, you have to be very comfortable with what you do, and it has to be somehow very personal. And I like that. I like when they really develop themselves, even things that they probably never discovered before. And I see them reaching another level of their career, searching a new way of moving, because this is maybe how they are. And this is what is exciting for me, to really see them finding themselves. I like to be choreographing. I always have fun. Yeah, it's very interesting. Me as a person normally shy. When I'm with people choreographing, I just don't think so much. We just let it go and we just enjoy. And for me, the most rewarding thing it's when they come to me after and say, "Look, I really enjoyed to dance your piece. It was so great, and this is for me enough to feel happy." And of course, it's a work in progress. It takes time for you to reach the point of really enjoy every time you go on stage and put the fear behind and just enjoy, and just that's the moment. The moment is there, and that's the best. And I hope everyone finds it in the end. And of course, for young kids, it will take time to get there, but it's worth it, definitely. When I get on stage, I feel freedom. I feel freedom because I feel like I can be myself. There's no other place where I feel more freedom than on stage.
Out there, Zarely people, now we're back live. You saw the video about Filipe Portugal, obviously a very talented dancer, also a very talented choreographer. We actually used to dance together in Zurich, and he was always in the back choreographing when he was not just working on steps. So it's not a surprise that you're making such a successful way in the choreography business now as well. Tell us a little bit, though. It's not usual to go to the top for a ballet dancer. Obviously, there's only a few that actually make it. And maybe you can tell us a little bit, Filipe, as a principal of Zurich Ballet, how did you get to becoming a principal of Zurich Ballet? What were the character traits that you needed throughout these years to get there?
I think mostly you have to be very persistent with what you want to achieve. Of course, you have to like it. You have to have passion for what you do, especially because it's such a hard work. To become a dancer, you need a lot of hard work. A class a day is not just to warm you up. It's to you work on the class for what you need to improve. Every new piece you have to work on. You should use the class for that. You work on things that are not so comfortable. You try to get better, and that's the only way you get on stage and try to be on top of it. Even though it's all these things can happen. We are just humans, but that's the fun part too. It's the fun part too. It's to be on stage and to be able to react to it, whatever happens. And of course you need maturity for that, and this comes with the time. So a lot of hard work, and you need to be lucky too. It's not just about hard work. It's not like you work hard and you get what you want. No, it's you have to be lucky too. You have to be lucky to be on a place where people appreciate you and they are willing to push you forward. And sometimes not just about how hard you work, it's about other things. In the end, like I said in the documentary, dance is art, and everyone has their own taste. So, and you have to be patient. I think a big part of it is being patient. Sometimes you really want to do something, but sometimes you don't do it today, but maybe tomorrow you will do it. And then you realize that actually you needed that time to do it. you sometimes you're not ready for the things to come. So you have to keep working, be patient, and if they don't come, just accept what they give you and be happy and go on stage and be yourself. And that's the best you can do.
Yeah, very cool. Filipe, our whole campaign for this new stuff that we have been creating is called I Am Legend. And the idea behind it was, what are you guys doing to becoming legends in your field? And then also, though, what are legends that have been inspiring you guys? What are dancers, athletes, people out there that have been inspiring you? So maybe you can give us a little bit your opinion about who inspired you and who is a very inspiring person.
Yeah, I think you, during your career, you pass through different levels of people that inspires you. When you're still in school, you have all these videos, you know. All of us had this legendary video of Baryshnikov with Cynthia Harvey, Don Quixote, which you watch all the time. And in my time, that was not that easy to watch things like nowadays. But I had that to watch, and all the Paris Opera videos too. I was always very amazed by them too. Then I think the inspiration comes a bit also by the teachers you have all your career, and I think mostly by the dancers that you have. And I was always lucky to have amazing dancers around me. And I think if you're smart enough to look around, you take something out from each one, and they don't have to be the principals. You can take something out for anyone that is there. And of course, later when you start to work with choreographers, that's another extra inspiration that definitely makes what you are as a dancer, and you start to discover what you are. And yeah, I could mention a lot of them, but yeah, let's just leave it like in general.
Thank you, Filipe. Thank you for the
You're welcome.
Thank you for being such a wonderful person. I've experienced you in the past. I love the fact that you are so patient, that you are so calm, and that you are so positive for the people around you, and you always stay humble. All are traits that get you to places and that inspire people. So thank you very much. To the people out there, we are now going on back to Stuttgart. Actually, no, it's the first time we have Stuttgart now, where Elisa Badenes is going to be dancing right now. What is she dancing? Carmen, I believe. And then we will go on with further interviews. Stay tuned.
Hello everybody, I'm Elisa Badenes, dancer of Stuttgart Ballet, and I'm very happy to be part of this online gala. Kisses.
So we're back now from Stuttgart. We're moving over to Hamburg. We're from Hamburg Ballet is Karolina Aguero. Hi, Karolina.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you doing?
Very good, thank you.
It's, by the way, it's funny. I just realized that whenever I know somebody, I just dive right into a conversation, and we don't really know each other yet. So I'm being polite. So good for you.
Thank you.
Karolina, so today we're talking about legends, about successful people.
Yes.
And you obviously are a very successful person. You're dancing with Hamburg Ballet, one of the best companies in the world. I've actually been to the school. I still absolutely adore the company. I think it's especially from an artistic side, it's top notch. I don't know if there's really any better.
Yes, it is.
But so let's discuss briefly, how did you make it? What are the character traits that you think you carry in you that got you to where you got?
Well, when I came to Hamburg, it was something that I was waiting for. I didn't know what exactly was what I was waiting for. And then when we worked with John in Helsinki with the Seagull, I realized that that to dance and to show like normal feelings, like a normal person, simple person. This is what I was looking for in that time. In that time, I was 30 years old. So that's why with my husband, after we had the premiere in Helsinki, we asked John if we could join his company. And after a few weeks, because he needed to see, of course, many things, we had the pleasure and the honor that he said, yes, I have a contract, and I am also with my husband in the company since 10 years in Hamburg, and I could say that we learned so many another ways to dance and to think, especially when you have to do a character. You know, sometimes you do something and you over dramatic, you know, and it's not that. When you do in the simple way, the audience completely understand. And this is like a new process for me about ballet. And of course, the technique, you have to work in class every day, and you're always going to improve. But the artistic way was something that I can say thank you for meet this company. I'm really happy to be here, and I learned very much. And so that's why I think my life changed the way to see ballet now, and I'm really enjoying still with 41 years old that I have now.
Very cool. Now, by the way, tell John that we want to work with him, just FYI.
Okay.
Karolina, we're going to see a video of yours, choreography by Alex Martinez.
Yes, yes.
Maybe you can just tell us briefly what this piece that we're seeing is about.
Well, I don't want to say so much. Maybe in another interview he can explain you more. But the piece called Sold Games. I don't work so much with him like extra, but this time we did, and I have a lot of fun working with him. And he's very professional, very funny, and really like to have details in everything what he does. So for me, it was also very interesting to work with him and to have this little process with him. Yes.
Great. So we will be showing this video right now to the audience out there. Everybody have a lot of fun with Karolina and
Alex.
Is Alex also dancing in there?
Yes, he's one of the soloists in the company, and he's also choreographer.
Perfect. So we're going to see the two of you in his choreography. Yeah, all of you people have fun. Video team, roll the video. And Karolina, thank you so much for your time. Back live from the headquarters in San Francisco. We are with the Zarely Gala, and next we will be seeing from Houston Ballet. So we're switching from Hamburg to Houston, and we're gonna see Karina Gonzalez and Connor Walsh, both principals, dance the pas de deux from Cinderella. Enjoy it, video team, roll the video, and after that we will have some interviews.
Hi, my name is Karina Gonzalez, my partner is Connor Walsh, and we are principal dancers of the Houston Ballet. We're getting ready to open our production of Cinderella by Stanton Welch, and this is a small pas de deux between Cinderella and Dendini in the ball scene. I hope you enjoy.
Guys out there, you have been witnessing the wonderful performance of Karina Gonzalez and Connor Walsh in Cinderella. And so now you have been witnessing the first hipster principal in the world, I guess. Oh, I like your beard, man. That's an awesome beard.
Thank you. Yeah, it's pretty
Very
full
cool.
right now.
Thank you so much for joining us. I just checked our website and I saw you're not a role model, so we have to change that.
Thank you.
Generally speaking, we are now talking all day about successful people like yourself and how they made it and what inspired them and all that kind of good stuff. Because our campaign is called I Am Legend. And so, of course, we want to know a little bit more about you and why you made it and how you made it, because obviously you are on top of your game and there's not many people generally in life that made it that far. So maybe you can start with telling us a little bit about the character traits that you think you have that so many people out there probably don't have, and how you got to them and how they shaped your career.
Sure. Well, to start with character traits, I mean, I think that to be an artist and to be a dancer, you have to be hardworking, of course. Many people have been talking about that thus far, but I think also open-mindedness is very important. You have to be a constant student of life and of your art form in order to keep growing. And if you stop growing, then success is hard to come by. But I think those attributes really start with my mother and my father. You know, my mother was a dance teacher, so it started there. She's a choreographer, a teacher, a creator. So I was inspired by that at a young age. And then I've had so many wonderful teachers throughout the way who have just sort of guided me and challenged me. So, you know, one in particular would be Claudio Munoz. He's a teacher here in the academy, and he's exceptional. He's really creates artists and not only trains the body, but trains the mind. And he really was a life-changing guide for me to becoming a professional dancer.
Great. I actually saw you, I think it was back in Jackson.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. And
I did Jackson. What year was that? I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, that makes us old people now. But anyway, I was very impressed by your work ethics. And I was very impressed by your focus also. You were so focused. And you were one of the people that, despite the focus, you were extremely nice. You know, and that was something that actually stuck with me.
You know, yeah.
No, please.
Well, yeah, I always find competition is an interesting thing. You know, it's but I personally found the most important thing, and what I learned from the most was the fellow artists that I was there with, and yeah, I think it's really important to bond and connect with them because they continue to inspire me, and we continue to run into each other and collaborate ever since then. So I really appreciate the relationships that I developed at competitions like Jackson and Shanghai and other things. Yeah, those bonds stay with you forever. So it's really important to be kind and get to know the people that are around you.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Connor, for your time. You had to go through the hassle of technical issues, but we resolved them before they got to the audience. So that's perfect. And keep it up. Thank you so much for being such a good person that is influencing and inspiring so many people out there. And well, we'll be talking to you soon and hopefully have you on board with us.
Thank you. Yeah, thanks so much for having me. And I know the stunning Karina Gonzalez was sad she couldn't stick around and be with us today, but I hope everyone enjoyed her performance. She's a true artist, and so I'm happy to be here on her behalf.
Very cool. Yes, we are happy to have you.
Thanks, man.
All right, now, guys out there, we will take a little swing into tap dancing now, very different, which we usually don't do, but in this case now, just chill out, kick back with a beer, non-alcoholic, of course, and enjoy the performance by Benjamin Stewart and his tap dancing. And then we will go on with our interviews, interviewing all these wonderful, famous and successful people. So stay tuned, and video team, please go ahead with the Benjamin Stewart tap dance video.
Growing up, who was a legend to me? Growing up, when I was learning tap, Gene Kelly, Donald O'Connor, they were legends, and also the Nicholas brothers. Well, breaking points. I think when I was training with Taisha Collins, she worked with Saving Glover, I think that was pretty much a breaking point, and I got really into funk tap with my twin brother, and then it just went from there. So yeah, working with her was probably the highlight of my breaking point when I just took it to the next level.
All right, back from the tap dancing, now we're going back to ballet and yoga. We have with us Ambra Valo, who used to be a principal dancer with Birmingham Royal Ballet, and I obviously was looking up. Thank you so much for coming on, Ambra, and being online with us.
Hi, good evening. So nice to be there tonight. Thank you.
So Ambra, we will be talking a little bit about your career, but we will also be talking a little bit about yoga, because now you are also very successful as a yoga teacher and a yoga inspiration, I would rather say, because if I look at all your Instagram and social media activities, that's not only super impressive for me, but it seems to engage a lot of people. So we will be talking about both of those things. Let's start first with your ballet career, because I think a lot of people out there, they want to understand, why did you make it? Why did you go that far? What were things that brought you there? Maybe character traits, but maybe also things on the path of the career, people that pushed you on the right, in the right moments, and so on. Maybe you can elaborate a little bit on that.
Okay, so I should maybe go back from when I was like probably age of 12, and I was like in a little school in Italy. And I was quite lucky to have a scholarship for a school in France. So my first experience of actually living on my own and coming outside of my country. I was in the school of Rossellai Tower. So what I needed there, I think sometimes you need in your career like both things, a lot of determinations, of course, and you need some talent. Sometimes the determination is more important actually than the talent, and as well be there with people that they like you, because as you know, like with ballet is very different than sport. For example, in sport is very objective. So for example, if someone runs faster and you win because he actually ran faster, with a dancer it is very subjective. So it's how much the audience like you and how much a director will like you, or how much like a choreographer would like you. So let's say that it's been like a mix, probably of being in the right time with the right people, but as well a lot of determination, a lot of hard work, like fused together.
Mm. Very cool. And you switched at some point from being a very successful dancer to doing yoga. And when was that? What was it already while you were dancing? Was it something to balance you out, or was it something that you started after dancing?
No, I was like still a dancer, and I was doing university, like sports psychology, and I was studying peak performance. So my thesis was on being in the zone and peak performance, and all the conditions that are associated with peak performance. Was I was really intrigued is then sometime when we do a show, even though we eat the same amount of food and the same amount of water, the same hours of sleep, you can have an amazing performance, and the day afterwards you exactly do the same things, but actually the performance is not as good. So I want you to know the condition associated with peak performance. In most of these conditions, they were actually psychological, mental condition. And I started doing yoga in the same time that I was at university. So I was doing university while I was still a dancer, but I was still performing as a principal with the Birmingham Royal Ballet. And it was really interesting because I did a lot of interview actually with professional ballet companies. And that is where, I start seeing a lot of similarity about being able actually to have a performance, a peak performance, and be able actually to control the mind. And yoga was the answer. So through yoga, you can control the mind and you can control your breath. Therefore, as well, the nerves to go on stage, and you can enjoy the performance much more. So it was like a natural. It was very natural for me after a study sports psychology and then start doing yoga and the control of the mind, passing straight away into being studying into yoga and now helping other people through yoga. A lot of athletes, I tailor programs, specific program for athletes. So I work on pre-ab and rehab, and as well, for especially nerves before performance, and as well on strength and flexibility, which a dancer, as much as a footballer, as much as a rugby player or a gymnast needs.
Mm-hmm. Very cool. Ambra, thank you so much for tuning in and sharing your know-how. And for the people out there, connect with her if you're interested to learn more. She is on social media. She's spectacular on social media, really. Like her Instagram, I personally love it. She is very, very good at getting back. And if you wanna do her classes, you wanna learn more from her, contact her, and of course become her follower, because it's absolutely worth it. Now, Ambra, we will be seeing a pas de deux called Génial, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Is that it?
Spring Waters. Yes, pas de deux Génial, that is from Spring Waters.
Okay, from Spring Waters, got it. So we'll be showing this now. Thank you so much for your time, Ambra. You'll be dancing in this video with Tyrone, and well, we'll be hearing from you in the future a lot, I'm sure. And see you hopefully soon again.
Thank you so much. Thank you. See you soon.
Bye.
Bye.
Okay, video team, roll the video of Ambra and Ty now. We're moving on to Australia now, where we're gonna introduce Amber Scott and Taiking Wall, and they will be dancing Coppelia. Before we do though, I wanted to get back to our stuff and how we co-created it with dancers, with designers, with athletes. And one of the items is actually this blue jacket over here, which has the name Amber. And it does because we have been co-creating, and this was the jacket, and we were very inspired by her. Now, check out our stuff, obviously, that carries all these principal names that you have seen today, and some unfortunately couldn't make it. The inspiration obviously came from dance, but these items are created by high fashion designers for all sorts of activities. Just an FYI, because we are still a clothing company, even though it looks like a poorly managed media company as of now. Amber Scott is going to be dancing now with Taiking Wall. They will be showing Coppelia, and after this we will have them live and we will be discussing their path. So, video team, take it away. Show us Coppelia, please. All right. So guys, out there, we're back from Zarely headquarters, and now we're talking to Amber and Ty in Australia. They have been with us last year already. Hi again.
Hey, how's it going?
And well, obviously you guys have seen it. That was an incredible performance. I really was pretty gobsmacked by the two of you. We were watching the video when it came in, and our whole team was like, wow, those actually Ruben's words were, those kids are really good. Well, whatever kids means.
Well, thank you very much.
So an apology, because last year I kind of cut you off. We had some issues, and so I need to apologize. That was not, the cutting us off was really not on purpose. I'm sorry for that again. But thank you. Guys, we're talking, our is called I Am Legend. We're kind of dissecting what makes people legendary and successful. And those are oftentimes closely linked. Sometimes successful people are assholes, so they're not really becoming legends. But sometimes they're just wonderful people as well, and they're people that are inspiring us. And you're people that are inspiring us, which is why we have also named a jacket, for example, after you. And maybe you can take us a little bit through what you think made you successful, how you got to the top, even though 8 million other ballet dancers that all started, they didn't make it. So what were ingredients that you would say, character traits, maybe moments in life, people in life that got you to where you got?
Ladies first.
Well, you've always got to say thank you to your parents, haven't you? Because they're the ones that support you the whole time you're trying to achieve your dream. My parents took me to see ballet, so that's how it all started. Coaches, teachers over all the years, I think that they really become like a second set of parents to you as you're progressing through your training, and they sort of see every side of you. I guess when I was quite young, one of my teachers actually noticed I had a scoliosis, a curvature of my spine. So that is not unusual. A lot of dancers have that, a lot of people in general public, but it became quite pronounced when I was about 12. And there was a little bit of a time where we weren't sure if it was going to stop me from having a career. But actually, it was something that reminded me how much I love ballet, and I would be devastated to lose that dream. So I just just really learnt to work with it, and you know, it's still a bit of a love-hate relationship as a professional, but it's also, I think it makes me who I am in a way, because it's made me very determined as a person and a dancer, because you know, you just have to learn to overcome something every day, but like many dancers do. But I think having that extra, you know, grief has helped me a lot. You know, get to be a principal and go into, I think I'm up to my 17th year with the company now, so I'm pretty excited to make it this far.
Yeah, and I think for me, probably growing up, I was actually homeschooled. I did my schooling by correspondence, by distance, and I think that really helped set me up. For ballet, you need to be quite self-disciplined. It can be solitary at times, and I was always used to working that way. That was instilled in me early on, and I think once I reached full-time training, those sort of traits that I learned from being educated at home kind of set me in good stead. I think other big things that helped along the way were actually, in a funny sort of way, injuries. And we've both had them, but they, you know, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. And I think it makes you appreciate what you have more, and to really live in the moment, dance in the moment, and appreciate every chance you get to be on stage. So that was really formative during my career as well. I think having those injuries and coming back from them helped me appreciate what I had.
Mm-hmm. You just mentioned in the moment, being in the moment. Is that a topic that you are exploring in a way? And are you doing things to get into the moment before a performance, for example? Maybe you could elaborate.
Yes, I think that's something that's quite current in all of life at the moment, is everyone seems to really be being mindful, focusing on what you're doing, being present. And that's something that happens naturally when you are dancing, because you can only really be doing what you're doing in that moment and concentrating a lot. But I think, yeah, at this point in our careers, I guess you're a bit more comfortable performing. And so if you're truly at one, you know, with the character and being present in the performance, you can usually share a lot more just because you're being so open with the audience. So I think as artists, that's a good thing to keep in mind.
I think when you're on stage and there's so many things going through your head, 1,000 things, it's so easy to get caught up in how much longer have I got to go in this pas de deux or this ballet, and what I have to do later, what I've done before, how sore I am, all these things that are happening, and your mind is racing. So the ability to stay within yourself and stay within movement that you're doing at that particular time is a really strong mental asset that you can have. And it's not something that comes naturally. Or it may come naturally, but often you have to work on it. Certainly for us, something we've had to work on, and it comes with experience. But as you get older, you get better at it, I think.
Great advice, great dancing. Thank you for the Coppelia recording. Thank you for hanging out with us online. Thank you for coming back after I messed up last year. And yeah, we love you at Zarely. We really like you a lot. So thanks a lot. See you soon, hopefully, maybe in Europe. Keep it up. And guys out there, we're going to go on now with a pre-recorded solo from Tango, which is by Pascal Mola, and he's dancing it. He is not with us today because, unfortunately, on short notice, he had to coach a kid and go to the Youth America Grand Prix. But yeah, he'll be with us probably next time again, because he's most of the times with us. Enjoy his performance. Video team, please play Pascal Mola in Tango, and people out there, have fun watching it. And thank you so much again, Ty and Amber. Guys, so you have been enjoying now Pascal Mola dancing tango. Now the last piece of our online event is a very, very important piece because it's about the mental work of the dancer. And I think that oftentimes falls a little short. And it's the most important aspect really because your head is basically steering everything you do and your career accordingly. So to talk about this today, we have Philippa Ziggart with us. I know Philippa from, we went to school together, and that was Pippa Cook. And so now Philippa Ziggart is going to take us through all the mental aspects of a dancer's life. And also then, because we have a lot of people tuning in that are interested in our clothing, so they're coming from more of the activewear side. So basically how this translates what the learning for the dance, how that also translates into other parts of life. So Philippa, maybe you can take us a little bit through first the dancer part, the work of a dancer mentally throughout the stage and rehearsal times, the recovery times, and what your learnings were and what you're teaching all these dancers out there.
Thanks, Matteo. Yeah, it's good to see you again. It's good to be here. Well, I mean, I guess the mental side of performance, it's often, like you say, it's kind of the missing link. I think a lot of people, we work a lot on our technique and our physical, like we said, a lot of, stretching and coaching and conditioning, strengthening. We work on our physical bodies, our technique, our artistry, how we express ourselves, but often mindset is often the missing link. We sort of think you either have it or you don't, So the people, we've been hearing all these great stories about people who have been patient and this passion, in the way these role models are speaking. But I guess mindset is something you just either have it or you don't. You have what it takes to make it or you don't. But actually, it's really their skills. Mindset is skills, a set of skills that you learn, just like your technique and just like your strength and conditioning program. And so, so what I teach is actually those skills about how to mindset. So when you're a lot of times it starts with something like goal setting, being able to actually set your goals and work out what do I need to achieve, because we put a lot of focus onto teachers to tell us what to do, whereas actually if you can get in charge of your own goals and work out what you want to achieve, how you can measure it, how you can track it, then you can achieve you can achieve so much more, and you feel that so much more ownership that way. So there's goal setting is a great place to start. Really do anything, you can't really access your skills without.
Hello.
Is this Ida? Hello? Are you coming to visit us?
So,
yes, very nice to meet you.
It looks like we have a visitor. So,
hello.
Ruben, can you guys tune Ida out? We're still talking with people. Sorry, Ida, we'll be with you in like 5 minutes.
Okay, cool. Is the sound okay? It's because I'm at a...
Yes, it's okay. It's all good. It's all good.
Okay. Yeah, so anyway, so that's all right. I think so many performers just doubt themselves. I had that myself when I was dancing, real, self-doubt, feeling like you're not good enough, a lot of overthinking, a lot of overworking. And a lot of the time what we actually need is to really learn to trust ourselves and to use our minds well. So, you can't really achieve anything without your mindset working for you. You need, whether that's concentration to be able to actually focus in your training, handle all the distractions that come at you, whether that's in your head or other people, comparing yourself, motivated to actually keep persevering and keep going. So I actually teach performers how to work out their why, what it is that actually drives them to find their sense of passion and purpose if they don't know it already. Or they need to be able to tap into it a little bit more strongly at certain times. Yeah, because, when you get injured, that's a big one, isn't it? When you get injured and you just don't a sense of identity, can't you, when you're not dancing or performing? So knowing how to handle injury from a psychological perspective is really important too. So there's lots of different mindset skills that performers need, and they're actually all really essential if you want to make it and sort of step into that potential. Matter of learning them, really. Yeah.
Sorry, we're having like some technical issues in the back. That's why I'm.
Okay.
But we're resolving them within like 10 seconds.
Okay.
I'm not kidding. So, people, can we go into like the performance part of it? Like, is there certain process that you would say, okay, dancers can follow this process, and that usually should already make a difference to their performance? Because there is a lot of dancers that are extremely nervous, and I think if they would have kind of a guideline of what is important going into it, then and not like some like don't change your underwear or this kind of stuff. I think that would be super helpful. Maybe you can elaborate on that a little.
Yeah, well, I guess it's sort of, we do get a lot of performance preparation routines that are quite superstitious. I think that's what you're meaning with what to do and what not to do. So I think actually, how you prepare for a performance mentally is as important as how you prepare technically. So visualization and imagery is something that I use a lot, encouraging dancers to see themselves performing in their minds the way they ideally want to. It helps build your muscle memory. It helps you improve. It helps you. Well, visualization is amazing for so many tools. But before a performance, if you can see yourself in your mind performing the way you want to, it preps your brain and your body to perform well. So that's a great tool. Actually staying calm when you're sort of side of stage. The thing to do is just actually taking deep breaths. When we get stressed or anxious before a performance, you get all up in your head, don't you? You start thinking and worrying, what if this goes wrong? What if that goes wrong? But if you actually need to have your focus in your body. So taking deep breaths actually sends a message to your nervous system that says, here, there's no bear about to attack me. I'm about to do something creative and fun and enjoyable. So actually breathing deeply. Sometimes I get performers to just take a few big sighs because they're not so, don't draw so much attention, but a real big deep sigh can reset your system really, quickly in the moment when you need to go on stage in a second. So calming yourself inside your shoes. So sometimes, this can just mean rocking from side to side in your feet, feeling your feet into the floor, finding your center of balance, and getting your focus down into your core and your center, and actually focusing in your body. Because when you're in your body, you're not up in your mind getting distracted. So focusing on your body is really great. And then setting an intention for how you actually want to perform. So and performance anxiety will tell you, I'm going to stuff up, I'm going to make a mistake, I'm going to freak out. What if I do this? What if, someone sees this? So you actually, instead of focusing on what you don't want to happen, it's really important to focus on what you do want to happen, So how do I want to perform? I want to perform calmly, confidently. I want to, express this, and I want to feel that, and I want to show this to the audience. If you focus on what you do want to do, you're much more likely to go out and do that performance well. So actually getting yourself there, you're centered, you're breathing calmly, you see what you want to do, and then again seeing that in your mind, let that play in your mind first, in the sort of form of visualization. It just sets you up that you're prepared to go on stage and actually dance the way you can dance, the way you've trained to dance. But yeah, you need to get that in that mindset first, and let your body do what it's been trained to do.
Another thing that would interest me personally is you have a lot of times these, honestly speaking, crazy ballerinas that do ballet 24/7 all the time, and they come in on the weekends and stuff like this. Would you say that is something that is positive? Would you say no, people should take breaks as well? or would you say it depends really? And if there is a certain route that you would say that's the route to take, why is that?
No, it's really interesting. So again, we often get taught just try harder, work more. That's the way to succeed, is to just keep working and keep working. But there is actually a thing called burnout, overworking, and when we overwork, it leads to increased injuries, less resilience, stress-wise. And so over the long term, overworking can really go against your performance. So it's really important to have those times to rest and recuperate, to do things you enjoy, to find ways that actually boost you, be it just, having that relaxed time, hanging out on the couch with your friends. It's so important to just give you that life balance. That means that you can actually be resilient, because the professional dance world and the performing arts industry, it's a high pressure place to live, and so you really need to have the balance and doing other things that are restful. And often dancers don't want to they don't like it when, if I prescribe someone some rest, they don't often like that because they want to be working. But so doing, restful activities, something that you can do that actually and rejuvenates you. So, this is often where people, when they come to me, when they are stressed and finding everything's getting too much, is working out what did you used to do, or if you've never done anything fun before other than dancing, what else could you do, whether it's music or, museums or whatever it is, but something that they can do that's still restful, but is going to help refuel them emotionally as well as physically.
Mm-hmm. Very cool. Philippa, thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for all this advice. I think this is super valuable. I think a lot of kids out there especially should rewatch this video, and they should also check you out. Is there things online that they can maybe get in contact with you also? Because this is valuable lessons that if you know this stuff early on, it will help you so much throughout your life.
Oh, totally. And I think, so I have Mindset School. I have a 12 months, teaches you all the mental skills that you need, to make it as a professional. That's for any performing arts. And I have Believe in Yourself, which is an online course, which is 5 weeks. And that's really just about self-doubt and fear and learning to have that confidence. So stageminded.com is where you can find out more. And these are online programs that are made to fit in the 30-minute gaps you have in your week to actually focus on the mental side. So I'm all about equipping performers, because if you have your mindset right, then you can really use your body and thrive and enjoy enjoy succeeding as well, and not just being hard on yourself. So it's great.
Cool. Thank you so much. Thank you to Australia, Philippa. Thank you for tuning in.
Yeah, all the best.
Bye. Bye, and hello, Ida. I think, Ida, you need to unmute now when you're coming in. That's the disadvantage of being online broadcast and not a TV show. You're still muted, I believe. All right. Can you change the picture? All right. Are we good? Do you hear me?
I hear you.
Yeah, now we're good. Phenomenal.
Okay, can you hear me?
Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. It's such a pleasure.
Face.
Yes.
New faces already. So we're broadening our community. More good people, more successful people, more inspiring people. Thank you so much for joining us. Ida, we have been talking pretty much all day about successful people and how they think they made it. I think now you're on mute again. Now you're good.
Am I good now?
Yes, I think you're good.
Do you hear me?
Yes. Perfect.
And do you see me as well?
No, I can't see you, but I can hear you.
Okay. At least that's something. I'm trying. I'm so sorry.
Yeah. No worries. No worries. So, Ida, we have been talking pretty much all day about what made successful dancers and successful yoga people and successful workout people so successful. We have been talking about mindset, about very different aspects, characteristics of dancers and yoga people. So my question to you is, what do you think are the main character traits in you that made you the amazing dancer that you are now and the successful dancer that you are now?
I think the key to success would be the love for what you do. I mean, I love dancing. I love the art form. I have a big passion for it, which guided me the way to where I am now.
Mm-hmm. And what were inspirations to you? Were there certain dancers, maybe even people outside of dance or even the arts, that inspired you? And why did they inspire you?
As a child, I was just very fascinated about the ballet world. I went to see a lot of performances with my parents, and I loved it. I loved the theater, and I loved the whole idea of the music and movement and storytelling. But now, as a grown-up, I love going to theater. I love seeing new movies, going to art museums, opera, music. So in general, I love actually getting out of the theater to experience other kind of art forms, and being inspired by that. But also, of course, my colleagues and dancers around the world.
Yeah, we have been talking to a lot of dancers all around the world all day long. And yeah, we're very thankful that you will be joining the club. We're super looking forward to be cooperating with you, and hopefully we find very interesting ways to do so. Social media, maybe co-creating clothing. There's lots of stuff that we want to do with you guys, and that we're excited to do with you guys, in collaboration, of course, with all these fashion designers that we're working with.
I'm so excited too. It's such an interesting project. I really am. I'm very grateful.
Cool. Ida, thank you so much for taking the time. Late night in Denmark.
Yeah, late night in Denmark. It's all dark out here.
To be talking to us. And yeah, hopefully, well, not hopefully, we will see each other soon, and we will do stuff together. And I'm looking forward to that. Thank you, Ida.
Me too. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, guys, we have had a long event now. We had a lot of very interesting people. We have been going, if I go through the list, we went from Moscow to Vienna, to Berlin, to Amsterdam, to Chicago, Birmingham, London. I mean, you name it. Literally every city on this planet was tackled. And I think we got a lot of information about what is really the driving force of those people that made it. And I think the words I actually kept writing, because it interests me personally also, I kept writing it down. I think the things that keep coming back are passion, motivation, self-discipline, positivity, and persistence. The word actually persistence and hard work, and was one that fell a lot of times. Connor Walsh was talking about open-mindedness, and I think it comes in a very interesting string. So if people say, hey, I need to be self-disciplined, or I need to work hard, I think it comes in a very interesting string, and it always starts, actually, in my opinion, with the love. And the word love has fallen quite often, and it starts with love, in my opinion. Love what you do, which will create the passion that you need And the passion will have you so motivated that you will work hard, you will have the self-discipline, and you won't even realize that you are working hard. I think those are the character traits that people have that are successful, and also people in the end that are legendary. I think another one, and going back to Connor Walsh, for example, open-mindedness, and he talked a lot about relationships. I think legends are able to create a lot of relationships, a lot of positive relationships. Something that we are trying to do within Zarelli and also in our ecosystem. So we are reaching out to dancers, but it's important for us that it's dancers that are very positive. We're reaching out to fashion designers, and also there you have fashion designers that are very snobby, for sure. We met them, very talented, but they're not good enough for us, because for us it's important that talent comes together with a great, great character. And so we have been creating this company, and we are really, I would say, the first company that so clearly establishes, no, we're not working with cheap labor. No, we are not working with cheap textiles. We're only working with high-end textiles, high fashion, and with the inspiration of dancers. And why dancers? It is very important for us to use dancers because we feel that this is a magical ingredient, not only because it happens to be our ecosystem, but also because dancers are very particular about their clothing. And of course they are working in their activewear clothing, oftentimes 8-9 hours a day in very extreme positions and conditions. And so they are a perfect benchmark for us to create the perfect clothing. The other one is they're very picky about designs. And so all of our designs are always about flattering the body. This is a task that we always give to the fashion designers that we work with. Also our internal fashion designers. Of course, we have also our fashion designers internally that create stuff. And this is one of the basic tasks. And now we're coming to the end, which was all the way the beginning. So my initial idea was, and that's why the name Zarelli came up. My initial idea was take patterns and take shapes and create with those clothing that make the body more flattering. And why Zarelli? Because the artist that inspired me was Victor Vasarely. I saw his pictures, and I think maybe you guys can Google it also. A lot of the pictures will show 3D effects, something coming out of a wall, going into a wall, but it's actually just a 2D picture. And I thought that was interesting to incorporate into your clothing. So if we take a very simple example, I think everybody understands that this will most likely flatter your body. And we work with that a lot. And our name now, Zarelli, comes from Victor Vasarely. It's our way of translating it into modern times. And initially, I talked to my bestest buddies, Diego Cruz and Ruben Martin and Christian Jimenez, and these guys that were co-founding this company with me. And all of those guys said, this is great. We can really identify with that. So this is where we are now. We have been launching our first activewear collection after we have been launching the tights last year. And these tights, thanks to all of you, were extremely successful. And now we will be extremely successful with our activewear clothing. And we can't wait to get feedback from you. And we can't wait to see you love our clothing. Enjoy it and see you next year, when there will be more stuff, or actually, no, that will be this year still. There will be more stuff from us. And check out our clothing on www.zarelli.co and punch in, only today, the code Matteo Zarelli. So basically my name plus Zarelli, Matteo Zarelli, and you get a 40% discount. Punch in the name when the promo code shows up, you get a 40% discount today, and enjoy the clothing that we have been creating for such a long time now. Bye to everyone, and see you next time.